Call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sherry.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, sir. Hey, how are you, Ralph? Good. How are you today? Good.
Thank you. It's a real privilege to give the Pledge of Allegiance daily on our meetings. I thank everybody. Would like to I didn't do it. Would like to recognize Representative John Winters, who is in attendance today. Thank you very much. We were fortunate to have 3 of our, 1 senator and 2 representatives yesterday. Today we have 1 and possibly more later, I don't know.
I'll let you know if I see some more.
Thank you. Please silence your cell phones again, if you will. And any member of the public that would like to address the commission, you'll have to fill out a blue sheet, and we will call your name accordingly as we make a call to the public. And Mark Gaki is the gentleman that you'd fill the blue sheet out with and turn it into him. So anyways, I will turn the time over to
Go to Mike, yeah.
Mike. Do we have the motion to open?
No, okay.
Mike, Commissioner Mike Schmidt, please.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. I just want to give a quick update on our foundation work that we're trying to get off the ground and going. We, as I reported back in July, we did finally select a board. And we were hoping for a board of active, busy people, and that's exactly what we got, because we were struggling to try to get our first meeting put together. So we tried in August, that didn't work. September kind of failed on us. I threw a few curveballs, though, at the group, so I'll take a little bit of that heat. But anyway, we do have our first meeting set for October 22nd. I just felt it important that for our first meeting that we had all 8 of our members there. I didn't want to do this by phone or have half the group by phone. So anyway, October 22nd in Casper is going to be our first meeting. We're in the process right now of putting together an agenda on what we need to do to get this foundation off the ground and going, and trying to find a good process to find a good executive director to run the program for us. So that's really about all I've got to report, but we are making headway. It's slow, but the steps are sound, and I think we'll have more to report over the next few months. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mike. This thing has grown and is getting better and better every time we talk to Mike and the powers to be that are conducting this. So we appreciate it. We'll turn the time over to Sean now. Sean Bibby.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt. I have 3 agenda items this morning, 2 for authorization to proceed. The first one is 2 conservation easement donations along the Lander front. If you recall, in September of 2018, Carl Asbell donated 396 acres to the Commission in a conservation easement, shown on the map here. It's not working. Anyway, there we go. Sorry about that. So as you can see on the larger overhead map here, the original conservation easement that was donated by Mr. Asbell is in red here. And that's just kind of the overview map that shows its proximity to the town of Lander. Here's an up-close view of what they're kind of assembling here at this point. The as-built easement, as I said, is in red. The Carolyn Orr is going to donate, or would donate, this portion of this property in yellow here to the commission in a conservation easement. And then Mr. Asbell is also acquired this piece of property in green over this past year and would like to donate it in a conservation easement as well. At this time, Ms. Orr is not requesting an appraisal be completed. She is not needing the donation from the IRS. However, Mr. Asbell would like the appraisal costs to be covered, so this time we're going to be looking for a third party to try to cover those costs if we're granted authorization to proceed on this project. So between these two pieces of property, the Orr easement totals approximately 85 acres, and the Asbell easement in green here totals approximately 64 acres. So that would be essentially adding on to that 396 acres that we've already protected for crucial winter range for mainly elk and mule deer. So at this time, the department's requesting authorization to proceed on these two easements, and then we'd come back at a later date for final approval.
So Sean, let me ask you this. You had mentioned that they're looking for a third party to absorb the cost of the appraisal?
Mr. President, that's correct. Actually, we are, as a department. We'd like to pursue that avenue first.
Okay. What do you anticipate something like that to cost?
Mr. President, conservation easement appraisals can be fairly expensive. They can be between $7,500 and $15,000 depending on the complexity of the project. There is some liability associated with those, so the cost of the appraisals are fairly high.
Mr. President, Sean, can we do those in-house? I mean, you're an appraiser, but
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I do have the capability to do that. However, it would take such a significant amount of my time that it wouldn't, it's not something that we've pursued in the past. It would take a good month or two of me working on only that appraisal in order to accomplish that. So it's something that we typically hire out, and then I will do the reviews.
thank you.
I move we accept the department's recommendation to proceed.
I've just got one more quick question, Pete, before we, Sean, I couldn't remember the last time we done this. Is there hunting allowed on this, or is?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, no. On these particular
That's what I
parcels,
thought.
this was, because of the size of the parcels and the proximity to other rural homes, that this wasn't an area that we sought after for public access for hunting specifically. It's mainly intended to protect the crucial winter range for elk and mule deer.
Right, okay. Do we run any risk by taking this on?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, no, typically not. We do monitor these areas on a yearly basis, mainly for to make sure that the habitat is still intact and that there aren't encroachments from buildings that landowners may have inadvertently put in the wrong place.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd go ahead and second Pete's motion then.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Doobie to accept the department's recommendation and seconded by Commissioner Schmidt. Any further discussion? I have one question, Sean, if you will. Can you explain to the public again and refresh our memory exactly in a nutshell what a conservation easement is?
Certainly, Mr. President. Conservation easement is designed to protect a property mainly for habitat purposes, and in doing so, you encumber that property with a conservation easement, taking away basically its development capacity in most cases. So it prevents the property from ever being subdivided or continued to be broken up into smaller parcels with additional homes and so on and so forth. So most conservation easements, say on a typical ranch, will have a building envelope where the existing improvements lie. They typically will allow for continued agricultural use, and but the whole point of a conservation easement is to protect that property in perpetuity.
From development.
from development, correct.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Can I have a call to the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next agenda item I have is at our Renner Wildlife Habitat Management Area. Ms. Leanne Heath purchased an in-holding that exists in a portion of our unit here. You can see the overall Renner unit, which totals approximately 15,000 acres. Ms. Heath purchased this property over the last year, and as you can see, it's around 120 acres. And this is a little difficult to see, but there's a small green area here, and then you can see this blue line here as well. Those are two roads. This green area is actually the access to Ms. Heath's residence and on her property, which goes through commission-owned lands. This road on the furthest west portion of her property is on a road that the public currently uses, but it actually traverses onto her property as far as we can tell. So what we would like to do is pursue an exchange of easements for these two access points. We would like to do that, just a simple easement exchange, but there is going to be some survey required and some other due diligence we need to do before we just go ahead and pursue that. So at this time, the department's asking for authorization to proceed to start working on this easement exchange, and up to this point, Ms. Heath's been very cooperative.
Any questions?
Yeah. What was the arrangement we had with the previous owner?
Mr. President, Commissioner Doobie, it was actually on some research recently that we discovered that this road here traversed onto their property, so we didn't really know that before. The previous landowner actually had an easement from us, but it wasn't transferable. So when the property was sold, that right went away. So at this point, we'd like to work with Ms. Heath on getting that transfer completed for the benefit of both parties, if we could.
Mr. President,
Yes.
is it about the same road length, I guess?
Mr. President, Commissioner Byrd, no. As you can see, it appears as though the majority of this road here is quite a bit longer than this small access point. However, without at least getting some survey completed, we don't know that for sure just yet.
But she'd be willing to just trade, no money?
That's my understanding from our folks in the field that have met with her, yes.
Any other
I move we accept the department's recommendation.
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Doobie and seconded by Commissioner Byrd that we accept the department's recommendation on this property, so on the easement. Any further comments, discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last agenda item I have today is the Tippett's property acquisition. This was a agenda item that was brought before the commission in April. This is the 86-acre piece of farm ground that's adjacent to our Yellowtail WHMA. This is the overall Yellowtail WHMA, and the Tippett's property lies right here along the Shoshone River. So as you can see, there's a railroad track here, and then the Shoshone River actually runs just on the north side of it, all along here. The department completed all the due diligence. We researched the water rights, which are intact. Our understanding from the irrigation district and the sellers that the water is good enough on a year-to-year basis that they typically don't even need to open the head gate, and that the water that runs through the ditch will typically suffice to irrigate the property. However, the water is still available at the head gate if needed. The asking price for the property is $240,000 or $2,800 per acre. We did obtain an appraisal that was at that amount. So we are looking for final approval to complete this transaction at this time.
Any comments?
I would make a motion to accept the department's recommendation to purchase this piece of property. Move forward with the purchase.
Second.
Sherry, it's been motioned by Commissioner Smith to accept this property and second it by Commissioner Doobie to proceed with the purchase of this property. So, any further discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sean. Greg, John Kennedy, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, and Director Nesvik, good morning. Next agenda item is an update on the Campbell County Visitor Center. As you recall, at the last Commission meeting, Campbell County came and gave a presentation, an update on their Visitor Center that they're very excited about, looking for partners. I attended, after that Commission meeting, I attended a meeting with them in Gillette on August 8th. Actually, I think we were in Sheridan. And went over the project in more detail. They put together some plans. They've worked out square footage. They came up with an estimate for total cost for this entire building of $2.8 million. They made no request of the Commission for any commitment of funding at that point, but they are looking for some support and involvement from the Commission. They're looking for, if the Commission is interested in pursuing a partnership on this project, some sort of upfront contribution would be best for them. They did let me know that. I gave no commitments to that. Again, benefits to the department are information education benefits. If we were to have a temporary person there, employee there, they could sell licenses and watercraft registration and things like that. They're proposing to build a fairly large conference room that the Commission and department could use. I understand we're not really that short meeting places there, but that would be a benefit to the Commission and department to do certain conferences, meetings, hunter education, those types of things. There would be some storage availability for the department, our field personnel, if we were to partner on this project. Those are the benefits, and that's pretty much the update. They have in the plans right now a fairly large open area where they're willing to put game and fish information, have mounts, things like that, things that we could contribute at any time. We wouldn't necessarily need to do that now. So just maybe a discussion with the Commission on whether or not you're interested in partnering on this project, and if so, at what type of level of partnership. I'll leave it up to the Commission to discuss or ask any questions that you have.
What kind of a contribution were they looking for up front? I mean, surely they had a monetary number?
Yeah, well, with a total cost of 2.8, almost $3 million, I think they did not make a request. I mean, they're looking for as much. They don't have any upfront capital right now to move forward on the project, so I think they're looking for as much as they could get. If you look at the square footage allocated to, say, an office space for game and fish, conference room, which would not be something that I would think if the Commission were to participate and partner on this project, something that we would necessarily want to, cover the entire cost of a conference room that other entities would use. But if you looked at the square footage, it comes up to a few $100,000 for the Commission in terms of partnerships broken out by square footage. But I'm not proposing that we consider that, but that's what they did as far as the table and trying to come up with some estimates of what each partner may contribute. All they did was based on square footage. So
Our representation right now up in Gillette, which is one of our bigger cities in Wyoming, is a game warden station, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Game warden house? We don't really have anything up there, do we?
no.
2 game warden stations.
Okay. So,
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
I think it's more of a luxury than a need for us. I think it would be great to have a center like that to display information, much like they do in Jackson, to let people know about wildlife in Wyoming and whatnot. I don't see the need for a meeting room. Gillette, Wyoming has lots of meeting rooms. You have a university or a school there, you have Camplex, library, and there's quite a bit of meeting rooms in there. But I would see more of a necessity of maybe renting space during the high times, to get maybe a part-time person there, maybe through the summer and through hunting season, to help with hunter education as far as where to go hunting, those types of things. But I just don't see the need. It's a luxury, not a need. And I would think that if we could try to do it on a rental type basis, rent some space, as opposed to a big chunk of money there.
I would tend to agree with you, Pete. I was just gonna mention that I remember reading here not long ago that Campbell County was wealthier than most countries, so I'm not sure that they should need a lot of help. But I agree with Pete. I think it's more of a luxury for us, and if we can help them with rental space down the road to use the facilities, help them with that, some kind of revenue and income that way, I think that's probably a better decision for us, in my opinion.
any more comments?
Mr. President, I'd make a motion that we not participate. I think that's what I'm hearing from Pete and Commissioner Schmidt, so I'd make a motion that we not contribute to the building of this information center in Campbell County.
I'll second.
Yeah, just one more. Yeah, I agree with that and not contributing to upfront money, but I think we should support the project and say that we would, rent space or something like that. But as far as giving a big chunk of money up front, that we would not be in favor of that.
Okay. It's been motioned by Commissioner Crank and seconded by Commissioner Byrd to not participate with the, this building in Gillette with the, so any further comment? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Greg?
Morning, President Rayal, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners. We do have some license selling agent transactions up on the agenda. But first, I wanted to provide a quick update on the electronic payment efforts that the department's working on with our license selling agents. So we've had some meetings with the Treasurer's Office, Wells Fargo Bank. All that trickles down to Wells Fargo sending us a file to see if we can utilize this file. Our programmers are currently analyzing this file. It's looking very favorable. We do foresee some reprogramming actions to come with that so that we can get into the beta testing with some of our license selling agents and move forward with electronic payment. So that's the current situation. My hopes are, although the future is unpredictable and there's no easy button with this stuff like I initially thought, there is, I'm hoping that by November's commission meeting, I'll be able to report to you that beta testing is going well and we're getting more licensed selling agents online with electronic payments, and maybe we can break the paradigm of this late payment cycle that it seems like we're continually running into.
Very
So I wanted to put that update out there up front. And then the licensed selling agents, the transactions that we have going on for this commission meeting is a pretty significant event happened in Wheatland with one of our licensed selling agents there. Shopco closed down. So we've got a proposal for 2 new licensed selling agents in Wheatland. Game warden's packets are complete. Everything looks real favorable for these licensed selling agents. One is Interstate Gas, which is a Wyoming corporation there in Wheatland. The recommendations to approve their application. And the other one is Cowboy Drug in Wheatland. Again, another favorable recommendation from the wardens on the ground there. With the previous two licensed selling agents, the Sinclair Station and the Shopco prior to Shopco closing, their annual sales were about $103,000 a year. So anyhow, there's, the rough math, one can anticipate that, 50% of that would be broken up with these other two agents. So the department's recommendation is to approve both Interstate Gas in Wheatland and Cowboy Drug in Wheatland to become operating licensed selling agents for the department.
Any questions?
Mr. President, Greg, when I was reading the materials, I saw that you had an anticipated fiscal cost of like $2,400 per agent or something like that. Do we have that equipment sitting around, or are we gonna have to go buy equipment for these two licensed selling agents? And my wonderment is, if we're headed towards an electronic payment system, should we be investing $5,000 in new equipment to authorize these licensed selling agents, or should we wait and let the new system come online and invest in that equipment?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we actually do have some inventory on the ground for our point of sale system there for our licensed selling agents. So we do have the inventory. A lot of what's associated with the $2,400 is also some administrative cost in doing the monthly reconciliations and the invoicing and tracking the payments, those types of things. We're currently looking at a new system, which that's fully funded and ready to go. The issue that we have is compatibility with one of the printers. With the current printer and the printer paper that we have out there for our licensed selling agents. So we're working through that. As soon as we get that worked through, I think we're going to be solid and it's going to be efficient for us with the IPOS systems that we provide our licensed selling agents.
Any other comments?
Mr. President, I got a call between meetings on Walmart South in Cheyenne. They were late in their payments. So was that resolved? I mean, it's ridiculous that Walmart doesn't pay us on time, but I think I instructed you to shut them down, and so what happened with that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, yes, that was resolved. We actually, when we dug into that, the bottom line is we had an administrative error on our end. Their check was sent, and we didn't need to go to those measures, and we got that fixed internally.
Any other comments?
Mr. President, I move we accept the two applications in Wheatland.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Doobie and Commissioner Brokaw to accept the new licensed selling agent and the transfer of ownership of the second selling agent, licensed selling agent. So, any other comments?
Mr. President, I neglected to brief the Story Store, the transfer. So does the vote encompass that, or would you like me to cover that one quickly?
We'll cover that one.
We'll cover that one too.
Yes, Mr. President. The Story Store in Story, Wyoming, it's just a transfer of ownership, being sold to some new owners. It's been a great licensed selling agent for us, a good store there in Story. They do annual sales of around $16,000 per year, and the department recommends approval of the transfer of ownership for that licensed selling agent as well.
Any other comments?
I guess I'll amend my motion, or I'll withdraw my motion and make a new one. Does the second concur?
The second's okay with that.
I move that we accept the department's recommendation for 2 new licenses and 1 transfer. Is it 2? The 2 in Wheatland.
Okay. Sherry, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Brokaw?
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Greg. Apologize for interrupting you. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you?
President, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, I'm pretty excited here to give us, start the process of giving updates on the Cody project here at every meeting. So this one's obviously going to be pretty brief, but I just wanted to fill you in on what has happened since our last meeting. As you probably realize, the land has been purchased. That part is done. The final plat for this subdivision has been filed and recorded, so we're good there. Currently, right now, the lands branch and the engineering branch is working on securing the water tap from Northwest Rural Water District. The biggest thing that's going on right now is that we have a request for qualifications for the architect. It's currently on the streets as we speak. That actually closes tomorrow. And what will happen after we finish that is that we will get together, our team will get together, we'll review those applications. They're about 40 pages long. We actually have a list of qualifications. We go in and we score those applicants, and then we'll pick a short list and we will send them the RFP, at which point we will come back and do interviews of the 4 or 5 that we picked for the short list. We'll do interviews of those folks on November 5th and pick a final contractor. So we have been working really closely with construction management throughout this process. They were very integral in helping us get this RFQ out with all the new changes in the laws that have occurred since July 1 of this year. There were several things that we didn't have on our radar, so it was really, really helpful working with them. We are working with a gentleman, we work with Chappett, but we've also worked with a gentleman, John Rexis, is kind of our liaison with construction management, and he's been helping us out. So we're getting really close on that. The interview team will be Lauren Wooden, Scott Coffran, and myself from Services Division, as well as all the Cody supervisors, Sam Hochhalter, Dan Smith, and Brad Sorensen. And then John Rexis from Construction Management will also be on that interview panel. And he's agreed to work with us throughout the whole process of getting this ready to rock and roll. So his title is Northwest Regional Project Manager. There is a right now we just Sean got a phone call here a couple weeks ago. There's a remote possibility that we will even be able to be on city sewer and water. And we haven't heard a lot about that yet, but we're definitely investigating it. That would be really great if we could get that. I guess that would be not in our court, but if we can tie into that, if it does get that far out, the possibilities of water are probably pretty high. Sewers, I don't know if that can be accomplished in our time frame. So, but it is something we're definitely investigating. So.
Edie, does the sewer cross the Shoshone? Is that that's the only way it could be disposed of into city limits? And there must be a pump station or something. I mean,
honestly, sir, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Sean, do you know? No. I know they're trying to put in a KOA across the street, and that's one of the reasons they're talking about it. So it seems like they're developing, Cody's kind of developing that direction. So we'll see what happens. So.
Well, thank you. I hope it keeps going faster and faster.
It definitely will.
Great.
Anything else?
Mr. President, Dee Dee, at our next meeting in November, could you update us on what loose ends we've gotten tied up with regard to the Du Bois land exchange and CM Ranch and the new wells? And
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, absolutely. We'll put that on the agenda.
I want to keep that on our radar, so I hope we've gotten some work done on the, we ended up doing that deal with a lot of unfulfilled promises on the other side, and I want to make sure we get those promises fulfilled. So
Absolutely, I completely agree.
Any other comments?
good. Well done.
Good news, Dee Dee. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik, next agenda item is Animal Damage Management Board projects. As the commission knows, you annually have in the past provided $100,000 to Animal Damage Management Board for predator management projects that support our wildlife management goals. At the July commission meeting, you decided to increase that by $50,000. So since that time, there's been some coordination between the agencies and work by the Animal Damage Management Board to come up with 3 projects they're proposing to use with that $50,000. First is to increase funding to the effects of predation on survival of newborn mule deer in the Wyoming range, $15,000. Increase funding to the Absaroka carnivore livestock interaction study, $20,000. Increase funding to the bighorn sheep lamb survival study, $15,000. Those are all 3 ongoing projects that the commission's been involved in and aware of, and they're increasing the funding to accomplish those 3 projects.
Comments? Okay. Mr.
I move we accept the department's recommendation and approve the project for funding.
Second?
It's been motioned by Commissioner Doobie, seconded by Commissioner Ludwig, that we accept the funding for the department to proceed. Any other comments? No questions?
Yeah, Mr. President, if I might, I'll just add for the commission's edification. So when the ADMB met for their normal meeting to allocate money to those wildlife projects, this hadn't been through the final budget approval in July with the commission, and so there was some uncertainty as to whether the additional $50,000 that the commission agreed to should be applied next year or this year. Well, anyway, once you provided direction there and we decided to add it to this year, we just convened a very quick meeting over the phone with the ADMB and essentially looked at projects that the entire board agreed on to fund earlier but hadn't fully funded, and that's the way the board went, is to try to just add money to projects that they hadn't fully funded before to make it work. So essentially, this is an add to things you already heard about when Jerry Johnson was here from ADMB and talked at the July meeting.
Is that understood? I mean, any comments? Okay. If there's no comments, we'll have a call to the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
John.
President. And Commissioner Schmidt, I think you had asked a question regarding some of the specifics on projects funded with that original $100,000.
Right.
I have that for you.
Oh, you do?
So I can give
Okay.
that to you
That'd be
for
great.
your review.
Yep, thanks,
Yep.
John.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next agenda item, I have the honor to welcome Martin Grenay from Ducks Unlimited. Come on up, Martin. So at the July, I think it was the July Commission meeting, we had Martin on here from Ducks Unlimited to talk about the great partnership we have with DU, and we do a lot of great projects with DU and in the state. And we ran out of time, I think, and we had to postpone this agenda item to this meeting, and he was, we're lucky that he was able to make the trip and travel to Pinedale for this. So with that, I'll just turn this over to Martin, and I would say on behalf of the department, we really appreciate the support we get from Ducks Unlimited, and we really enjoy a strong partnership with DU. So I hope you enjoy this.
Thanks, John.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be here today and highlight some of the accomplishments that we've been working very closely with the department on. I think as you'll see throughout the presentation, there's a common theme, is that our partnership is, Deputy Director Kennedy just highlighted, is very important not only to ducks but also to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So why even have a partnership with Ducks Unlimited and the department? And I think we're all very familiar with the mission of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Recently, the department completed a strategic plan which identified one of the strategies was to enhance and restore habitats on WHMAs in order to enhance public recreation opportunities and also habitats for wildlife. And what you'll see with our mission at Ducks Unlimited, it complements where the department is trying to go very nicely. Our mission is to conserve, restore, and manage wetlands across North America, and that's where I think we can lean on each other's expertise and the resources that the two organizations bring in order to leverage the partnership to a very high level. So why should we even focus on wetlands in Wyoming? When you look at the landscape overall, we have some very large landscapes, include sagebrush and grasslands that comprise a large part of the state, but when you look at wetlands, they only represent about a little less than 2% of the landscape in Wyoming. But I'll argue they're one of your most important habitats to invest in and the place where you're going to get your biggest bang for your buck in your investment. 90% of the wildlife in Wyoming depend on wetlands at some point during their life cycle. More importantly, according to the State Wildlife Action Plan, a high proportion of your species of greatest conservation need also depend on wetlands. So it's a place where you can invest a little money and get a lot of return in terms of wildlife habitat. The important thing, though, is a little bit of a misconception. When we talk about wetlands, most people tend to focus on open water and deep water habitats, what we call semi-permanent, permanent water or wetlands. These have their place. They often provide drinking water for wildlife. They also provide loafing areas for a lot of migratory birds. But in reality, the places, the wetland types that we're interested in restoring and enhancing in Wyoming are really these, what we would call freshwater marshes. They're these areas that are typically seasonal, where we have a lot of seasonal plant growth, and there are also these ephemeral wetlands that have been lost in time or converted to these open water wetlands, where they're also they're one of our most productive wetland types because they produce these very dense annual plants that produce a lot of food types for migratory birds and other wildlife species. And when I say shallow water wetlands, what am I referring to? This is a bit of a complex graph, but let me walk you through it. On the left side, we have water depth in terms of centimeters. On the right, water depth in terms of inches. And then we have the average foraging depth for a variety of wildlife species. Those in green are game birds or waterfowl species. Those in purple are non-game birds. And what we typically do at Ducks Unlimited is we focus on habitat for mallard. And what you can see by doing that, we're providing a broad range of habitat to a suite of species, shorebirds, shallow water wading birds, as well as a broad range of waterfowl species. I always throw this in my presentations. It's important to know where your waterfowl are produced in the state of Wyoming. Most of waterfowl in North America produced in what's called the prairie pothole region, represented here by the blue area. Birds that are produced in this landscape distribute themselves in the fall, during the fall migration across the entire continent. And when you look at Wyoming in general, we're located about the middle of the continent. And what you see is about 95% of our birds are produced out of state. More specifically, 2 out of every 3 ducks that are harvested in Wyoming during the fall migration and winter migration are produced in eastern Alberta and western Saskatchewan. And so our role in the landscape is very much like you could argue as you're traveling across I-80 at the southern end of the state. About halfway across the state is the town of Rawlins, and that's kind of where Wyoming sits on the landscape. Our job is to serve as a refueling stop for birds as they move to and from the breeding grounds down into the wintering grounds and then back up. So switch gears a little bit and highlight some of the things that we're doing with the department. And over the last several years, we've been investing with guidance from the department in restoring and enhancing wildlife habitat at several WHMAs across the state. This is the Ocean Lake project recently, which was selected as our signature campaign project, which I'll get into in a little bit more. But one of the things that makes us that makes our partnership very valuable is we're able to leverage resources from a broad range of other entities, and wetland resources, and particularly funding, has been a bit of a challenge for the department to access in the past. And so by partnering with Ducks Unlimited, not only we bring in expertise, but we're also able to access some new types of funding that have been underutilized in order to enhance those habitats. One of the other ways we're partnering, this is a pretty exciting project. About 3 years ago, we had a very unique opportunity present itself. We had a private landowner outside of Yoder, just north of the Springer WHMA, reach out to Ducks Unlimited, who's very conservation-minded, and said, I'd like to sell my property to a conservation organization to ensure that the property, as well as the water resources that I have, benefit wildlife in the long term. So we reached out to the department, working closely with the commission as well as the department. We recognized an opportunity here not only to secure the property, but also secure approximately 1/3 of the water that's available in Bump Sullivan Reservoir here through this transaction. So what we did is we're able to leverage our sister organization, which is Wetlands America Trust. They have a revolving lands program by which we purchased this property with support from the department and the commission. And if you remember, Bump Sullivan in the early 2000s went completely dry and was dry for approximately 4 or 5 years. And Bump Sullivan is one of the most important public recreation areas for waterfowl in that part of the state. And since that time, DU and the department have been looking for opportunities to secure the longevity and the resources at that WHMA. So when this opportunity presented itself, we said, let's work together and find an opportunity to fundraise collectively. And in July, my understanding is the commission provided that last piece to this puzzle or this transaction. And what we hope to do this fall, working closely with Sean Beebe, is to transfer the property and the associated water rights to the department, by which now, with the water resources that the department and the commission own, you'll now be the largest owner of water on Bump Sullivan, and I think it'll put you very close to about half of the water rights in that. So you'll be able to manage that reservoir for the benefit of wildlife moving forward, which is pretty exciting. Now I'm kind of glossing over several things, and this is a very complex slide, and don't try to make a lot of sense out of it. What I'm trying to highlight here is that wetland conservation, even though I'm highlighting, doing a very high level discussion today, is very complex. And one of the benefits of working closely with an organization like Ducks Unlimited that navigates this landscape routinely and is very nimble is what it does is allows these department objectives to be integrated into this process very nicely, while at the same time freeing up department personnel to focus on other priorities and other things that are calling for their time. One of the ways we've been able to do that is to increase, Ducks Unlimited and the department have been working closely to increase capacity for wetland conservation work within the department and pursue some new funding opportunities. About 3 years ago, under the leadership of, at the time, Wildlife Division Chief Nesvik, we pursued a unique opportunity with the Environmental Protection Agency and the Wetland Program Development Grant, and we were able to hire a biologist that was focused strictly on wetland conservation in a cooperative manner. That person is Noelle Smith, who is located in the Lander region, and she is a DU employee that is stationed in a Wyoming Game and Fish regional office, in this case the Lander region, and we've worked together to not only explore new partnerships around wetlands, but also pursue funding opportunities that have been historically underserved within the state. Some of you may remember Steve Tessman, and he was a big wetland advocate, and one of the things that he informed me and had been making the case was that Wyoming ranked dead last in utilizing funding from the North American Wetland Conservation Act as a state. And I'm happy to report that since we've started this partnership, we've been able to secure 3 large standard NACAs, which are $1 million grants that have come back to the state of Wyoming, and most of that funding coming back to the department, as well as several small NACAs, which are about $100,000 grants as well. So the partnership's worked very well, and we've been able to pursue some neat opportunities. One of the first priorities that Noel worked on was to take on and identify all the WHMAs across the state, identify places where the department wanted to manage those with a focus for wetlands, and then also identify what were the restoration opportunities, what were the opportunities to develop water resources that were underutilized. And so Noel has been working closely with the water rights team, as well as Habitat and Access and Wildlife Division habitat biologists, and was able to rank and identify several projects across the state that we've been collectively moving forward. Wetland conservation is fairly complex, but after 3 years, I'm happy to say we've got 3 big projects that are moving forward next summer in collaboration with the department. The first is the Soda Lake WHMA, where we're going to replace some failing infrastructure in order to allow water resources to move more effectively through the wetlands and improve management flexibility there. We have another big project at South Park WHMA over in Teton County, where we're not only enhancing habitat for trumpeter swans and waterfowl, but also restoring some of the riparian vegetation, which is going to benefit wintering elk on the WHMA. And the third project is the San Mesa WHMA, which is located in Fremont County, where we're replacing some failing water control structures that will allow the department to maintain and move some water around in a more effective manner. So we're pretty excited about that and the enhanced public recreation opportunities that it's going to provide the public. Some additional things the position has been involved with, and the things that Noel has been leading, is we've had a couple different workshops planned where we've had Habitat and Access as well as habitat biologists gather in order to learn some new restoration techniques, new management techniques. And so Noel's been actively engaged in not only bringing partnerships together, but also disseminating and increasing the effectiveness of the management across the landscape by coordinating with different entities within the department. Of course, we couldn't do it without some great partners, and you'll see many of the folks here are the same folks that the Department and Commission routinely partner on. But I think the take-home message is that wetlands really benefit a broad range of wildlife species, and so it's easy for us to leverage partnerships. The cost of conservation is just continuing to increase moving forward, and with those 3 projects that we got planned next year, a lot of these partners are involved with that, and we've already raised close to $1.5 million collectively for those 3 projects, which helps lower the commission's and the department's input cost in restoring and enhancing those habitats. So I'm going to switch gears real quick and just talk about a really ambitious campaign that Ducks Unlimited just completed. So in 2012 to 2018, Ducks Unlimited set out to, with our partner organizations, DU Canada, DU Mexico, and in the U.S., DU Inc., set out to raise $2 billion for wetland conservation work across the continent. It's the largest single campaign that I'm aware of that's ever been attempted for for habitat in general. And I'm happy to report that because we've got great partners as well as great private donors, we hit it out of the park. We were able to raise $2.3 billion for that campaign across the continent and conserve 2.2 million acres of wetland habitat as part of that campaign. The reason why I bring this up is twofold. First, the department played a very important role in Wyoming in helping us achieve that campaign. During that 7 years, we delivered several projects on Table Mountain, Ocean Lake, and had other projects moving forward. We worked together collectively on fundraising, so you guys were a big part of that. And the other is that on September 7th, our grassroots volunteer side of the organization recognized the importance of the campaign in Wyoming and selected Ocean Lake as a signature campaign project, thereby memorializing all the contributors to the project with a bronze plaque, as well as recognizing the department employees from the Lander region. There were 4 of them, which we recognize for their contribution in helping to make that project possible. We invested close to $500,000 at Ocean Lake in the northwest wetlands and enhanced 130 acres of habitat, which was quite remarkable. But there's another reason why I also wanted to do that today, and what I'm going to do is invite our volunteer, Greg Nelson, who serves as our state campaign chair for Wyoming, and we'd like to recognize the department today as a Rescue Our Wetland campaign champion, as well as the Habitat and Access branch for their work that they've done with us. And so I'd like to invite President Real and Commissioner Nesvik to accept this award, as well as Dee Dee Hawk to accept one on behalf of Services Division and Habitat and Access.
Thank you. Nice.
Absolutely welcome. Thank you. Yeah. That'd be great. Over here. We'll go take a picture over here. And with that, I'll be happy to answer, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Martin. That
I
was
just
very
got a statement. Great job. Great work.
Yeah, two.
Yeah.
Thank you. As you know, it takes a partnership to get things accomplished, and working together hand in hand is how we're able to get these things completed. So thank you to you all for supporting the work that we do.
2.3 billion, amazing.
That's amazing.
It's a pretty phenomenal
Very,
campaign.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of money.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, our next agenda item, we have Leslie Schreiber, our statewide sage grouse and sagebrush biologist, presenting an overview of current research that's following sage grouse in the Pinedale area. So with that, I'd like to turn the microphone over.
Thank you, Doug. Welcome, Leslie.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, thank you for letting me speak today. I'll start with a basic background about sage grouse in the winter. The first thing sage grouse definitely need over the winter is sagebrush plants exposed above the snow. Winter usually isn't a problem for sage grouse as long as they get plenty of sagebrush leaves to eat, because their winter diet is 100% sagebrush. But occasionally, if we have a bad winter when sagebrush is covered completely for long periods of time, grouse mortality can increase. Fun fact, sagebrush leaves are actually toxic, full of harsh chemicals called terpenoids, the same basic chemical found in turpentine. Sage grouse have unique digestive systems that allow them to remove the toxins and excrete them separately as a cecal dropping that looks like a silver dollar-sized drop of tar. Fun fact. But the leaves are quite nutritious, which is why they tend to gain weight in the winter months, unlike most animals. So that's the first thing they need. Secondly, the birds need to be relatively undisturbed. They'll flush if disturbed, which uses up their stored energy reserves as they fly away from perceived danger. In general, over the winter, grouse will flock together in large groups, but they don't necessarily huddle together like quail or other birds. If conditions are really harsh, they can burrow in snow or use tall sagebrush for cover. The third component of good winter habitat is having access to large expanses of sagebrush. Some sage grouse might move from higher elevations to lower elevations to avoid deep snow, and they generally have high fidelity for returning to the same general wintering grounds year after year. However, they do pick up and move, sometimes as often as daily, depending on snow depths and access to sagebrush. That's why it's so important that the birds have large, intact sagebrush landscapes to travel in and around to find those sagebrush plants sticking up above the snow. So that's the basic life history. Next, I'll talk about policy regarding wintering sage grouse. Apologize for my map being cut off, but former Governor Dave Friedenthal issued the first sage grouse executive order back in 2008, setting up core areas, which are in blue on the map, where new development and disturbance from humans is carefully tracked and required to stay under certain thresholds. Core areas cover about 1/4 of the state's surface area and have been shown to represent approximately 84% of Wyoming's greater sage grouse population. Since 2008, Wyoming's governors have continued to implement and update this strategy, with Governor Gordon issuing Executive Order 2019-3 just last month. Core areas were developed by balancing the needs of humans and the needs of the birds. The birds' needs were based on the locations of leks, which are traditional dancing grounds, and the resulting density of breeding birds. Leks are indicators of good spring, summer, and possibly fall habitat, so it made sense to use leks as the starting point to begin drawing this map. Core areas were not specifically designed to protect wintering habitat, although some wintering habitat falls within core area by default because core areas cover so much sagebrush. It is important to note that a lot of research has been completed on how human development impacts sage grouse during the spring, summer, and fall, but research on how development affects wintering sage grouse is sparse. Next, I would like to point out the area in yellow south of Pinedale, right here. This area is the only mapped winter concentration area that is delineated in the governor's executive order. So what is a winter concentration area? This is a quote straight from the executive order, so bear with me. The identification of core areas is intended to capture all seasonal requirements for sage grouse. However, there is recognition that in some cases, core areas may not capture all sage grouse needs. Specifically, winter concentration areas, defined as places where large numbers of core area sage grouse congregate and persistently occupy between December 1st and March 14th, should be identified and protected. Identification of winter concentration areas should be based on habitat features and repeated observations of winter use by biologically significant numbers of sage grouse using a data-driven, statistically rigorous modeling approach. So that's where that yellow blob came from. It's been accepted as meeting that criteria and is now on the map. Research is ongoing to identify other potential winter concentration areas around the state, but why is this area south of Pinedale yellow? It is the largest known concentration of wintering sage grouse, with between 1,000 and 1,500 grouse observed repeatedly. Data indicates many of these birds come from surrounding core areas. To orient yourself, we're here in Pinedale. This is Big Piney. This is LaBarge. And the New Fork River is here. Remember, the blue areas are core areas, and the yellow is the winter concentration area. I'm not going to go into detail about how the boundaries of that yellow polygon were drawn, but I assure you it was a data-driven, statistically rigorous modeling approach. So what else is going on in this region? The Normally Pressurized Lance Gas Field Project, or NPL for short, encompasses about 140,000 acres immediately south and west of the existing Jonah Field, and about 35,000 acres of the MPL overlaps with the sage-grouse winter concentration area. Long-term development potential includes a maximum of 3,500 directionally drilled wells over 10 years to produce natural gas and oil. I forgot to credit this picture, but I got it from Jonah Energy's website of the Jonah Field next door to the MPL. 96% of the MPL is on public land administered by the BLM. The BLM's final environmental impact statement for the MPL was published in June 2018, and the record of decision was published in August 2018. Basically, the record of decision authorized limited development in winter concentration areas, acknowledging valid existing lease rights. A study will be conducted concurrently with limited development activities to better understand the impacts of development in winter concentration areas. The objective and details of the study will be coordinated with the BLM, Game and Fish, and other appropriate parties. 2 development scenarios are possible based on the results of the study. The first scenario reflects current guidance in winter concentration areas in the executive order and BLM plans. The second scenario provides additional protection measures that could be applied if determined necessary based on study results. To accomplish this, Jonah Energy, the BLM, and the department are working with Dr. Jeff Beck at the University of Wyoming and Dr. Josh Millspaw at the University of Montana to design and carry out a before-after control impact study. The plan is to hire 2 PhD students. In addition, Dr. Matt Holleran of the company Operational Conservation is also involved as the conduit between the researchers and the energy company. Understanding the energy company's mode of development and how that relates to grouse is critical to developing recommendations moving forward, and Dr. Holleran will help facilitate that process. Drs. Beck and Millspaw proposed, and Jonah Energy accepted and agreed to principally fund a study based on 100 adult female sage grouse equipped with GPS-style transmitters. From this sample of 100 birds, the researchers will be able to estimate survival rates and habitat selection, and ultimately make recommendations. The department's contribution to this effort is 28 transmitters that we had stockpiled ready to go. We thought it was important for the department to make a good faith effort to contribute to this research project because the recommendations developed from this particular project will likely guide statewide winter recommendations if and when other potential winter concentration areas are identified and mapped far from the NPL. Also, it's prudent when starting a new project not to put all your eggs in one basket when putting out transmitters, but to stagger when you deploy transmitters so you can learn from the previous year's data. The objectives of this study are threefold. First, to evaluate the risk of winter mortality in relation to environmental and human-caused conditions. Second, evaluate resource selection and distribution across the landscape in relation to environmental and human-caused conditions. And third, provide recommendations for future conservation of grouse in relation to energy development within the MPL footprint. So last February 2019, sage grouse researchers at the University of Wyoming deployed the 28 transmitters. I'd like to give a shout out to the hardy grad students who braved the -20-degree Pinedale nights in February to capture sage grouse. So what have we learned so far from our first batch of 28 birds? The blue line outlines the winter concentration area. The yellow line represents the NPL boundary, and the red dots are winter grouse locations between February 25th and April 5th. In this imagery, you can also see the Jonah infill over here and the Pinedale anticline up here. Of the 28 sage grouse, 6 died on the winter range. The first grouse started leaving the area on March 11th and went 14 miles to the north. The next grouse left on March 28th, and 18 others left between April 4th and April 8th. All told, at the end of the winter, 2 birds stayed in the vicinity of the winter concentration area, and 20 left the area. So if I zoom out and we look at where these birds spent the spring and summer, so here's Pinedale, and down here in blue is the winter concentration area. The green dots are nest locations. I think everyone was pretty surprised that most of the grouse attended leks to the north. There are also big leks to the east and a little to the south, but none of the birds went east. After a female breeds out of lac, the next step is initiating a nest. An individual sage grouse female can have 0, 1, or 2 nests. She'll only have a second nest, called a renest, if the first nest is unsuccessful. We entered the breeding season with 22 sage grouse. Those 22 females initiated 26 nests, including 9 renests. Unfortunately, only 2 of those nests were successful and hatched. That is obviously really poor nest success. There could be a couple things going on here with the nest success. We had a small sample size of 22 birds, so I'm hesitant to believe this is truly representative of the entire population. When comparing 2019's nest success in this area to other areas in the state, a study near Baggs had only 21% nest success, which is also low. But then another study on the Montana-Wyoming border, north of Cody, had 43% nest success, which is about normal, all in the same spring 2019. It will be interesting to see if this low nest success in the Pinedale area continues in future years under different weather conditions and with a larger sample size. It will also be interesting to see when the grouse start coming back south to the winter concentration area. So that's where we're at now. What are our next steps?
Leslie?
Yeah.
Mr. President, could I ask you a quick question on those nesting sites? The nest sites that are west of Highway 189, do those birds end up on the winter range that you've got indicated here on the map? In the
Yes,
winter
that's
range?
where they were trapped.
That's where they came
They
from?
were trapped on the winter
Okay.
range, and then they
All right.
moved west.
So most of those birds in west of Highway 189 end up in that area?
Well, I assume
Winter
that
in
they'll
that
come
area.
back to the winter concentration area this winter. That's what we're kind of waiting to see, but they were trapped there last winter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we will evaluate our preliminary winter survival rate. 6 grouse died on winter range, which is about 20% of our sample size. Remember, winter is supposed to be a time of low mortality. Is 20% normal or is it high? One of the possible factors that we're always conscious of is whenever we handle any wild animal for research purposes, we know we are increasing their stress level. Is handling a sage grouse at -20 degrees too much stress? We'll compare this to what other researchers are finding during winter captures as this question moves forward. This coming November, the department will be able to obtain an estimate of how many chicks per hen were recruited into the fall population by analyzing a sample of hunter-harvested wings. That can help us compare nest success and chick survival in the overall Pinedale area versus this particular study. Again, the plan is to capture another batch of sage grouse this winter, hopefully all 72 females. And as always, we'll continue to work with our project partners to help refine this study as it moves forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Lots of good work going on. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Interesting. Leslie, it's not a question not necessarily directed at you, but we see a lot of presentations with all these different collared animals and species or whatever. How does the state of Wyoming compare to other states as far as our collaring efforts in all these various species? Are they as aggressive as we are, or how does that, I was just curious. You're probably not going to be able to answer that.
I'll take a stab at it.
Doug's got a good idea. He interacts with those other states.
And Commissioner Doobie, the other states are all engaged in research across a variety of species. And part of our membership with WAFWA, we get together and we've been looking at what other states are doing. And I can share that summary paper with you. It's a pretty lengthy document, but it gives you an idea. It's several hundred pages of current research that the western states are engaged in. And each state has its own priorities and work towards different things. So it's pretty variable, but all the states are involved.
Well, I realize that. I was just curious how
we compare,
how progressive we are.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Director Nesvik might have a sense on if we're different than the other states. But as far as sage grouse, we're ahead of other states.
Yeah. Other states also collar or put animals on birds. Some states, in Nevada, I would say is almost equal to what Wyoming does as far as number of transmitters on birds.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. My question was more over our whole overall program, not just sage grouse.
Overall, this is how I would say it concisely. The West generally does more of this type of work, Western states do. And as far as the other Western states, and I think this is largely in part to our relationship and partnership with Kevin Monteith, Paul Sawyer, and Arthur Middleton. It's pretty extensive in Wyoming. I don't know that anybody rivals what we do in this state as far as these kind of big, large-scale projects, research projects, where we're collaring a lot of animals, doing a lot of intensive analysis, and a lot of it's published. So I'd say we're number one. Yeah. You've got a few biases,
You could read
Mr.
a few
President,
hundred
but yeah,
pages.
I would agree.
President
yourself,
and members
too.
of the commission, the answer is yes.
You can spare us
Thank
that
you,
long
Doug.
report.
Yeah, some light reading.
Leslie, out of curiosity, maybe in November, because it's going to be the meeting will be in Powell, would you happen to have a sample of one of those transmitters that we apply to these sage grouse? I'd love to see one. I know what they look like on the ungulates and the carnivores, but I'd sure like to see what they.
Absolutely, we'll bring you one if she might even have one in her pickup, you never know.
I have one in my, Mr. President, I have one in my office. I'd be happy to bring.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. President, Leslie, I asked that question about the nesting sites west of 189 because I've always been curious. I mean, that was, as a kid growing up, I mean, me and my brothers put a lot of boot tracks in that country, and a lot of it was chasing sage chickens. And so I'm going to be really interested to see how all this works on that side of the highway, because there's really no development over there to speak of. But I have spent the last couple of years helping with some antelope hunters in that area, hunt area 88 for antelope, and man, there's just no birds out there. So I'm curious to see how all this ties together, what kind of information you're going to gather from this research. So it's going to be fun to watch. Because I've often wondered why there's no birds on that side of the road, you know, with no development over there. And if these birds are all ended up over here on this side in the winter, that could be some kind of a connection. So it's going to be
President
interesting to see.
Commissioner Schmidt, yeah, I completely agree. We're learning something new every day.
So, one last question on the NPL. Actually, I got two more questions. On the NPL, have they given any kind of an idea what the total acreage that they will consume will be if they drill 3,500 wells? I know in the initial development phase, it's quite a bit, but by the time they develop those, reclaim them, and they go to a producing phase, any ideas? Nothing yet? Maybe that's something you can find out down the road.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, I believe there's still, the result of the study will help determine what the actual footprint will be. So I think those are still all in the planning stages.
Okay.
And they don't have a solid number for number of acres disturbed.
Okay. And then the last question I got for you. On these winters that, like we've had, the last few out of 3 or 4, I mean, you go out into that country and that sagebrush is covered up in a lot of this area where they winter. What do these birds do then? Do they die? Do they move? Do they find feed if the feed's covered up?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, if the sagebrush is covered up, either they will try to move and find more sagebrush or they die.
All right.
Any more comments, questions?
Interesting.
Leslie, thank you.
Thank you.
Very informative.
Thanks, Leslie.
Let's have a 10-minute break before we start with Alan. Is that okay?
You're the president.
Morning, President Rail, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. Periodically, the divisions have done informational presentations to the Commission to let you know what kind of work we're doing out there in the field. This morning, we're going to try a little bit different format. We've got 4 presenters in that same time period that we usually had 1. It's kind of a lightning round type session. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the 4 presenters. We'll get them up here, and then they can reintroduce themselves as it go through, and we'll just go through all the 4 presentations, one right after another. And if you have any questions, you can ask them during the presentations or afterwards. So first up, we've got Guy Campbell. He's the fish culture supervisor stationed out of Casper. He's going to give you an update on the kokanee program. And we've got Pete Cavalli. He's a fisheries biologist here in Pinedale, one of the 2. And Pete's going to give you an update on brown-tailed chub production in the area. And then Darren Ray, he's the other fisheries biologist here in Pinedale. He's going to give you an update on a project we had up here in a local lake, Dime Lake. And then lastly, we have Luke Schultz. He's our aquatic habitat biologist here in Pinedale, and he's going to give you an update on the New Fork River Restoration Project. So, guys, if you want to come on up, and once you're done with the presentation, stay up here and answer any questions.
Ready, set, go.
Yeah, I know. Good morning, Commission President, members of the Commission, Director Nesvig. I'm excited this morning to give a talk on our statewide kokanee program. So first part of our kokanee program I'm going to talk about is our early run kokanee. So these kokanee spawn towards the end of August all the way up to the end of September. In 2018, we took just over 350,000 early run eggs statewide, and that would also include some eggs that we took right on the border of our Sheep Creek down in Utah. Our locations we take primarily are at New Fork Lake, Sheep Creek, Utah, and then also we've done some investigations on the Lower Green and Rob Roy Reservoir as well. So our primary early run sources are New Fork Lake run, and the egg takes have fluctuated from a high of 1.6 million down to 100,000, especially since these are wild kokanee runs. The takes can fluctuate, but since 2009, we've had kind of a steady decrease in our egg takes and also our run numbers. And then in the last 5 years, we've averaged about 260,000 eggs statewide for this run. Our other run we take early runs from is our Sheep Creek run, which is actually in the state of Utah, right on the border with Wyoming. This is a very reliable source. Our challenges here, though, is we don't really have a true separation in early and late runs here. And then we also have an MOA with the state of Utah, and that manages this run. So Utah gets first dibs at these, and then we get to go in right afterwards. We've also done some early run captures and some investigation work at our Rob Roy Reservoir. So in 2017, we began trapping, doing disease sampling, and then this past year we also did a spawn. Egg potential for this source might be 100,000 eggs, but right now we've had some challenges with a skewed male to female ratio of about 7 to 1. Last year we also had some enteric redmouth that we had tested positive for at this water. A lot of public access, so sometimes trapping and securing these fish can be a challenge. And then there's also a lot of inlets where these fish can run, so these are a few challenges at this one. We've also tried some work in the Lower Green, and in 2018 we did our investigation, some fish trapping and sampling. Here we may have a little bit larger egg potential of 150,000, but in this water we have some challenges right now just for some authorization of stocking with the Forest Service. Moving on to our late run source, they spawn typically early October through mid-November, and in 2018 we took over 1.3 million eggs. So this is our big brunt of all our eggs we take. Locations-wise, Sheep Creek's the primary source, also Henry's Fork, and we've kind of dabbed at a few other locations and tried. So at Sheep Creek, we've been doing this since 2014 in cooperation with the state of Utah, and it's an extremely reliable source. Again, though, the challenges we have is we have this MOA with the state of Utah, so they get first dibs. and then we go in. Also, this water does test positive for frunculosis, which is a highly contagious bacterial disease for the fish. And also, when we have these big storms, we can have some sediment issues that come down, and you can see in the picture here where if we have a lot of fish in the live cars, we could suffocate some of the fish and cause some mortality. So our other late run source that we've been working on in state, just north of this a few miles, right on our Wyoming-Utah border, is Henry's Fork down off Flaming Gorge. And we've done trapping and disease sampling since 2016. We collected eggs in 2017 and 2018, but the big challenges we've had here, again, is that we have high fluctuating flows. So our flows on the creek can be 6,000 gallons a minute up to 75,000. So it's hard to set a trap to make things happen and collect fish. Also, the sediment issues we see at Sheep Creek can be a problem here as well. We recently designed a new trap, a resistance board weir trap that's in the lower right corner there that's helping with these issues, but it's still some challenges for the folks that are there on site. Our third component of our kokanee statewide programs are captive brood, and this is a late run source. And these fish we actually started at our Daniel hatchery, which is here locally, and then we transferred these fish to Tillet once these fish reached about 1.5 years. And what we do there is we use the Daniel's cold water to hold these fish back so they don't mature too early, and then we move them to to Tillet with a little bit warmer water so they can mature as 3-year-olds. One advantage of having this captive brood is our disease protection, since we'll be able to keep these fish on site and keep the disease in check instead of having it to deal with the wild sources. Currently we have a population of about 9,500 adults with about an even sex ratio, 50-50, males to females. And our egg take potential could be up to 2.5 million. Our first spawn we'll have for these might be in a couple weeks at our Tillet rearing station. So we're excited to see what that is. We still have some unknowns right now. We have to put these eggs after we fertilize them, put them on the incubator, and see what kind of egg eye-up we get. But so far, things are looking really good. Another thing just worth noting is, from my knowledge right now, this is the only current kokanee captive broodstock nationally that's being attempted. It's been attempted on a few small occasions and worked, and then in other situations hadn't worked. Just some photos here of how these kokanee captive brood have matured. Upper right or upper left is just kind of where the fish are housed until they get close to spawning. Another part of our kokanee statewide program is where do we stock kokanee. So if you see all the red stars, this is where we stock kokanee in the state. And you can see there's not a huge number of locations, but the popularity of these locations where these kokanee are is pretty impressive. Here, just a few of our tandem trucks stocking some kokanee, and you can see we actually have one of our trucks wrapped with what we call our truck red with the kokanee wrap. It's probably the most popular of our wraps that we have on the truck. So as for kokanee stock statewide, we actually stock quite a few, over 1.6 million, in which that number seems real high, but when it comes to actually pounds of fish that we stock, we only stock about 16,000 pounds, which is probably less than 4% of our overall stocking in poundage across the state, because most of these fish are between 2 to 3 inches long. But however, the results of what we're seeing and the popularity of this fishery across the state are pretty tremendous. Our fishing in Fontenelle Reservoir, Flaming Gorge Reservoir, Alcova, and many of the other lakes is hugely popular. And I'm from Casper, and I know everyone, all they want to talk about is the kokanee now in Alcova, and then also some kokanee that we have in Pathfinder. So it's kind of a neat fishery, and again, you can see the size fish that are produced. And this is some of the largest kokanee you'll see in any state across the West. When folks see these kokanee, especially out in the Pacific Northwest, they're just amazed by the size.
Are any of the places you're stocking, are you having any reproduction?
And Mr. President, Commissioner Doobie, we are having some reproduction, especially in Flaming Gorge Reservoir, Lake Hattie, and Fontenelle, and some of the other ones. We do have some reproduction. Some of that spawning is limited to some shoal spawning, and then there are some waters where is some natural reproduction. And that's my quick and dirty for kokanee. Any other questions?
I just have a statement. I can vouch for your good work. Fontenelle is right out my back door, and you got some fatties in Fontenelle. Yeah.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, thanks, appreciate it, and yeah, sorry to let the secret out of the bag.
Yeah, that's all right.
Any other comments?
Well
Thank
done.
you, Guy.
Thank you.
Presentation, thank you. Pete?
Thank you. Again, I'm Pete Giraldi, fish biologist here in Pinedale, and I'm going to talk to you about one of the native species here in this area that most people have probably never heard of before. When people think of Pinedale, they think of lake trout and rainbow trout, brook trout, brown trout. None of those are actually native species. There's a very depauperate fish fauna in this area. Probably 6 or 7 species off the top of my head were native here, and this is one of them, the round-tailed chub. Historically, round-tailed chub were found pretty much from Daniel all the way through the Colorado River drainage. Basically anything on this map that's blue probably had round-tailed chub, except for some of the very highest headwater areas. The current distribution is shown in gray, and we're about 40% of the historic distribution. One of the big problems, and there are several problems for round-tailed chubs, but one of the biggest problems range-wide is predation. In the lower part of the basin, things like smallmouth bass and northern pike have had a huge toll. Locally, it's more brown trout and lake trout. The round-tailed chub has been grouped together with a couple other species that are native to the area, the flannelmouth sucker and the bluehead sucker, because all 3 of these species are doing poorly throughout their range. And so in the early part of the 2000s, all of the states involved, except for California, got together, formed an interstate working group. We wrote a conservation agreement and strategy. We annually record our progress with these species. We've done status assessments and things like that, trying to keep tabs on these fish and also stabilize or increase their populations. Locally, our fish are fairly odd in that most people think of round-tailed chubs as a species that lives in a warm, turbid river, whereas around Pinedale, all of the current populations live in our cold, deep, clear water lakes. We didn't have great historic data. The early biologists rarely ever recorded non-game fish, or if they did, they just wrote down there was non-game fish. They didn't even put down a species. So we don't have great information on what we used to have, but the water shown on the map here we know did have round-tailed chub at one time, and there's a wide variety of how those populations are currently holding on. The Green River and Burnt Lake, or Boulder Lake rather, there in gray, those populations have actually gone extinct. The last round-tail we found in the Green River above Fontenelle was in the early 90s, and I think in Boulder Lake we last saw one in about 1975. The brown lakes up on top, New Fork Lake and Willow Lake, are doing very poorly. I've probably handled 20 fish from New Fork Lakes in the last 2 decades. The last one I saw in Willow Lake was in 2005. Fremont Lake doesn't have a lot of fish. There's not a lot of good habitat, I think is the reason there, but in the isolated spots where there is habitat, I do find reasonable numbers of roundtails. And then in light blue, we have Half Moon Lake and Little Half Moon Lake here and Burnt Lake. And in those lakes, they still have very good numbers of round-tailed chub. Since these lake populations are somewhat unique, and all of those lakes actually have lake trout and or brown trout, I decided we should try to establish some refuge populations to try to stabilize the populations in this area so that we would have a few populations if the lake trout and brown trout predation become an even bigger problem, or if some of the other lakes actually go extinct. So I decided to try to figure out what these fish need for spawning habitat in these lakes, because the literature is all pointed toward river populations. So we really didn't have good information on where these fish might spawn. And I actually took some fish about 10 years ago and put them in Scab Lake, and the transplant was successful, but I don't think the fish ever spawned. And I didn't really know why. It had some springs, but not like a real strong inlet. And so I decided to look at some of our populations that are doing well and try to figure out what those populations are using for spawning habitat. Figure out if that was a missing, if there was something missing at Scab Lake where I moved the fish to. So I selected Burnt Lake as my study lake to look at spawning habitats for a variety of reasons. First of all, because there's a lot of fish there to work with. Second of all, because it does have a good inlet and a good outlet. And also, I had some preliminary work to show some concentration areas where I could actually catch fish. The way I captured adult fish was with these trap nets. They're basically a big minnow trap. They have this long lead that goes to the shore. The fish swim along, you hit the lead and swim into the trap. They go through a funnel and they get stuck. They just can't find their way out of the funnel. We set these nets overnight, and this particular site was one of the places where I caught large numbers of fish. And it's hard to see here, but if you look, there's really big substrates. It's boulders and cobbles in this area. Once we had a fish in our hand, we did a variety of basic measurements. We took lengths and weights. If the fish was expressing gametes, we would record the sex. And then we put in pit tags, which are, oops, can't go back. Can you go back? There you go. The pit tag is shown right there. It's just a small microchip similar to what you use in a dog or a cat. And it's injected into the body cavity of the fish. And when we capture a fish after we implanted fish, you can use a handheld scanner to look for a tag, or else if you look here out in the water, we have these mobile antennas that if a fish swims over the top of it, it will read that tag and tell you when and what date that fish swam over. So we have information on individual fish. I set nets all over the lake trying to hit different habitats. Every time I set nets, I set one at the inlet and I set one at the outlet. This net at the inlet, again, it's kind of hard to see, but it's just a big sand flat, as you can see here. Probably 100 yards of sand, just no structure at all. I set a net right here off of this point. The inlet is here, so it's right next to the flowing water. In that particular net, I caught an average of 2 fish per set, 2 fish per night. I had other sites that were more rocky, like this. Again, it's hard to see, but the little white specks are actually big boulders. That's a big dead tree for reference. Those are smaller trees. So there's some really large substrate in through here. That net I showed you with the trap net originally was set right here. And I didn't set at this site quite as many times as I did at the inlet just because of water levels. But in comparison to 2 fish per night at the inlet, in this net, I caught roughly 77 fish per night. So obviously, the fish were keying in on some of those sites with bigger boulders. Another thing I looked at, I wanted to look at small fish. Because just because you have an adult fish doesn't mean you have a spawning location. They could make large movements. And so I also wanted to look at larval fish right after they hatched. And if you look at, on my finger right there, there's 3 or 4 eggs. They're tiny. They're about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter. And they're heavy and they're sticky. So the fish will lay them, they'll settle to the bottom, and they'll stay there. Since they're so small, the fish hatch really quickly. And when they hatch, they're not really looking like a round-tailed chub. They don't even have all the fins, and this isn't immediately after hatching, but I put this up to show that they don't have all their fins. At this stage, they can swim, but they can't swim far. So I put in what are called light traps. It's just a small trap with a light in it. You set them overnight, the fish are attracted to the light. They'll swim into a gap here in the center, and then they get caught in there. They can't figure out how to get out again. And so I know if I caught a larval fish, it was probably hatched very close to where that trap was set. I did catch some larval fish, not very many, but some, and I haven't had a chance to try to identify those yet. You have to use microscopes to figure out what those fish are. So I'll work on that over the winter. And then next year, I will continue to look for spawning locations to see if they're using the same places, same timing, etc. I'll look at growth rates, and I will look and see if those fish that I caught in one location are still at that same location or if they moved to other locations. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
How big do these things get? They look like they get pretty good size.
Yeah, the biggest one I've ever caught was about just under 18 inches. An average sized adult won't be that big. Based on some work I did at Little Half Moon Lake years ago, they grow about an inch a year, so that 18-inch fish was probably 18 to 20 years old. But a lot of the adults I catch are 12 to 15 inches.
Wow. I've never seen one.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of people that even have grown up here have never even heard of one, never seen
Yeah.
one. But they are actually pretty voracious, and they'll eat anything from fish eggs to grasshoppers to other fish to plants to snails. And I was out at Burnt Lake a lot this year, as well as around Meadow Lake, where I had transplanted some fish. And I talked to quite a few anglers that have actually caught them. And I've caught one myself, so they're actually pretty fun sport fish. And Arizona's actually classified them as a sport fish.
Really?
And I think their rationale was that they could tap into some money that they couldn't get otherwise. So they are fun fish to catch.
Interesting.
Very good, Pete.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren.
Morning, I'm Darren Ray. I'm a fisheries biologist here in Pinedale, and I'm going to discuss a project we completed here in the region to restore a fishery, Dollar Lake. Oh, there we go. And yeah, this picture is meant to be a metaphor. So, if you're unfamiliar with Dollar Lake, it's located in the Upper Green, just off the road to Green River Lake. So it's in an area that receives quite a bit of attention and attracts quite a lot of people. Even though it's kind of remote in the region here, it does have what we consider some community fishery values. So it does have easy access. We do manage it for high catch rates, and we don't utilize any special restrictions or regulations to limit harvest. And it does, at least at one point, did have a trophy component associated with it as well. And based on our best estimates, and some of these are a little bit dated, but we estimate that probably 2,500 anglers per year, or 2,500 angler days occur on this lake, so it gets a fair amount of use. The management strategy for this particular water, similar to many of our other regional sport fisheries, in that our goal is to improve or maintain or even improve those opportunities. On this particular lake, the primary strategy we use is to stock catchable rainbow trout. Catchable rainbow trout's like an 8 to 9 inch fish that, when it's introduced into the water, it's immediately available to anglers. And in this case, they're allowed to grow as well, and can at one point achieve pretty good sizes. And we evaluate that strategy with two primary management objectives on this water. The first is a relative weight objective. Relative weight's an index we use to describe the body condition of fish, and it's an indication of basically how fat they are, how they're utilizing the resources in the lake, and it ensures that we're not overutilizing some resource. And then secondly, we use a catch rate objective as well. In this case, we want to ensure, it's a complex formula I won't get into, but we want to ensure that anglers are utilizing the fish that we're introducing into that water, so that they're not just introducing fish and growing and dying in the lake, that anglers are actually utilizing those as well. So we have a minimum catch rate objective associated with that as well. So the monitoring strategy then for this water typically involved setting gill nets and trap nets every 1 to 3 years, kind of depending on the schedule. And over the course of about the last 5 or 10 years, I started to notice some concerning trends in that data. First of all, that relative weight index that I had mentioned earlier was declining, and it reached an all-time low of 80, which is an arbitrary number probably to most of you, but well below the management objective for this water. So for some reason, those fish weren't able to utilize the resources they had one time been able to utilize in that lake, and they weren't growing like we expected. Secondly, average length of rainbow trout had decreased from a high of about 15 inches down to 11 and a half inches, so less than 12-inch average on those fish that are, you know, introduced as 9 to maybe 9-inch fish. So they were growing 3 inches over the course of several years. And finally, the proportion of fish greater than 15 inches had decreased from about 20% to 0. So a fishery that once contained maybe 1 in every 4, 1 in every 5 fish greater than 15 inches, now we couldn't find any that exceeded that length. I did conduct some intensified angler crewels to get a handle on that catch rate objective as well. And it turns out anglers were far exceeding the catch rate objective, so they were catching plenty of fish. But one thing we noticed over the course of interviewing all these anglers, that many of them indicated that the size of fish they were used to catching was no longer available. They were concerned with a decrease in the overall size of fish in that lake. And so I guess I portrayed this as a bit of a mystery, but I actually knew it was occurring all along. Non-native white suckers had been introduced into the lake. White suckers are incredibly reproductively successful. Females can lay about 10,000 eggs each. They're one of the few true omnivores in the fish world, so they can eat anything and everything. They're really good at competing with other fish for resources. And it turns out in Dollar Lake, all the changes we were observing in the rainbow trout population, the decline in all those important indexes, corresponded with the exponential growth of this white sucker population.
So Darren, we introduced them, or?
They introduced themselves, likely. Yeah.
They weren't pirated. I mean.
Right. Occasionally, high water years, the river will flood up into the floodplain where the lake sits, and I think they were successful in getting in there on their own. Yep. So ultimately, developed a treatment strategy to deal with the white sucker population. Basically, treat the lake, chemically restore it, and start over. Try and improve the rainbow trout fishery. You're probably all familiar with the chemical rotenone. I don't know if you've heard of it before, but it's a registered pesticide. It inhibits the cellular respiration of fish, so it specifically targets animals with gills. When it's applied at the proper concentration to treat for fish, it's harmless to humans and wildlife. In fact, when it's mixed to the appropriate concentration, you can actually drink the water and it'd be completely harmless. And it's probably, I would say, the chemical we use almost exclusively within the department anymore for our chemical treatment efforts. To successfully treat for white suckers, we had to utilize a concentration of 3 parts per million, which is just below what's the allowable concentration for this chemical. In most cases, we use a much lower concentration on other fish. And we did some pretty extensive mapping of the lake to determine the volume, and it turns out that the lake contains almost 500 acre-feet of water, which is a pretty significant volume of water. Coupled with the fact that we needed to treat for 3 parts per million, we had to use a pretty sizable amount of rotenone to complete this project. Probably one of the top 2 or 3 in terms of volume completed in the state. So the chemical application for this project was actually pretty simple. It was a closed lake, so we kind of used the dump and run approach here. It's not like the stream applications where we have to use all these meticulous application approaches to kind of get the concentrations right in those moving waters. It's just a big bathtub full of water, so we were able to essentially just introduce the chemical and let it do its thing. We used 2 types of rotenone on this project, a powdered rotenone, which is kind of hard to deal with and doesn't mix with water well, and you have to use this boat-mounted Venturi system, which is on the top to mix it with the water and creates a slurry in the lake. And we used, and it's actually harmful, so you have to wear respirators and safety equipment. We also utilize liquid rotenone, which is much easier to handle, and we primarily use that to get the chemical down into the deeper parts of the lake. Parts of this lake were over 30 feet deep, and we had to pump it down into the bottom to get it adequately mixed throughout the water column to achieve our desired concentrations. And like I said, it was a closed basin, so we didn't have to deactivate the chemical. On stream applications, if you're familiar with those, we typically set up a deactivation station at the bottom of the treatment area so that chemical, as it leaves the treatment, as it flows downstream, we can deactivate it and we don't have toxic concentrations leaving the system. We didn't have to do that in this case. We basically allowed it to sit in the lake and cook, and it did. I did some pretty extensive follow-up on the lake post-treatment, and it took over 40 days for the chemical to completely degrade on its own. And based solely on that and some sampling we completed this spring, fairly confident we achieved a complete fish removal. In dollar, yeah.
Excuse me, how quickly does it affect the fish? I mean,
It's pretty rapidly. Once you get it mixed and once they're exposed to it and they can't avoid it, it's within minutes in some cases.
So one treatment will do it then?
Yeah, in this case, yeah.
Done.
Typically on flowing waters, we'll treat over a period of several years, just to ensure that we get fish that it's easier for them to find locations where they can avoid the chemical in a stream. But yeah, in a lake where they couldn't go anywhere else, it was a single treatment. So yeah, following the chemical application, we implemented a restocking strategy almost immediately. And I should definitely want to give credit to our counterparts in the culture system for their efforts to contribute to this project. They were able to hold these fish much longer than we expected, given the conditions in the lake. And so as soon as the lake was suitable for fish, we were able to reintroduce them again. In October, like I said, after the chemical had degraded, we introduced 2,000 rainbow trout again, roughly 8 to 10 inches in length. And we also put in a handful of tiger trout to increase a little bit of diversity in this fishery as well. Our follow-up sampling in May indicated that the rainbows had already grown significantly, up to, in some cases, 13 to 14 inches. So already within less than a year, we'd seen fish in the lake that we hadn't seen prior to that in a period of 5 to 10 years. And their relative weight index, that management objective I had indicated earlier, was already back above what the threshold we had wanted was, yeah.
that middle picture is the tiger trout?
And then throughout the summer, as we expected, the fish continued to grow. I've had reports of rainbow trout now exceeding 15 inches, and some sampling we completed just here recently indicated that tiger trout have grown as well to 12 inches. So it looks like we're on the right track here, and we've improved conditions for rainbows and hopefully tigers, and things will continue to improve.
Question? So from the time you treat to the time you restock, what's the time frame?
Yeah, Commissioner Schmidt, it was within weeks, actually.
Within weeks? Wow.
Well, excuse me, following the degradation of the chemical, yeah, once the water's suitable for fish, yeah, we were able to introduce them right away.
So how long is that period, Darren? Would you say from the time the chemicals degraded?
It was within a week.
Within a week?
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
great.
once the conditions were suitable for fish, yeah. The guys that, like I said, indicated, the guys in the culture section had those fish, and they were kind of chomping at the bit to get them out of the window, out the door too. So as soon as conditions were ready, they were.
Say you treated a lake, how long does it take for it to become suitable? 40 days, you mentioned 40 days or something like that?
Yeah, President Rahal, it varies a lot depending on the conditions and the environmental conditions of the water. I didn't expect it to take 40 days. Based on previous experience and a lot of literature, it's typically on the order of weeks at a time. But given that it was late in the year, cold water, the sun, UV light has a lot to do with the degradation of this chemical. Later in the year, you get less sunlight during the day. A number of factors contributed to the 40-day persistence.
So I saw one picture there. It looks like you guys pick up all the dead fish, or as much as you can.
Yeah, Commissioner Schmidt, we spent a full day following the treatment, not removing, in fact, picking up the fish and putting them back, sinking them back into the lake.
Probably a lot of good cut bait there with all them dead suckers, huh?
I didn't want to look
Winter
at
ice
another
time
sucker
fishing.
again for a long time after that.
You say sinking them back in the lake? I mean, you actually sink the...
Yep,
dead
President
fish?
Rail, yeah. So I'm kind of an advocate for returning all that biomass into the lake. You know, that's productivity that lake had produced, and we didn't want to remove it. We wanted to put it back into the lake to maintain the productivity of that system. So those ended up back in there where they would, yep.
So they don't contaminate anything else that might you reintroduce in weeks or months, or, I mean, of course, it's probably all gone by then, I suppose.
What, excuse me, I didn't understand that.
Well, I mean, if you sink a dead fish that's been poisoned, could it possibly contaminate anything else? I mean, no, I mean, it's, by then it's all diluted and neutralized, and so the fish itself's
Right.
not.
One use.
Yeah, President Rail, they, you know, they don't accumulate large amounts of the chemical themselves.
It's enough to kill them.
Right. And it would degrade in there as rapidly as it would in
That
the
sounds
water.
good.
so.
I mean, I think that's really good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and in Yellowstone.
Thank you, Darren.
Net all those fish, they do the same thing. They net them, kill them, sink them to the bottom.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Darren.
Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. My name is Luke Schultz. I'm an aquatic habitat biologist here in the Pinedale region. And I always like to say that a good healthy fishery starts and ends with habitat. So Alan, I appreciate you making me the headliner of the fish portion of the talks this morning. And as Albert Summers mentioned yesterday, if there isn't an actual increase in anglers in the Pinedale area, there's certainly an increase in the perception, or there's a perceived increase in the number of anglers in this area. And he talked about some solutions, maybe at a legislative level. I'm going to talk about some kind of habitat solutions and maybe some public access solutions with this project here. So I think it's a really good illustration of kind of what we're trying to do, or what I'm trying to do in this region, and that's improve habitats for people to fish in and improve access to those habitats. And I'm going to use the New Fork River as a case study in this. So this project is occurring on the New Fork River, which flows right through Pinedale here, comes down out of the Wind River Mountains, flows through town, flows south for about 50 miles before it confluences with the Green River near Big Piney. And this area has very high angler use, particularly during the runoff conditions of early August, July, June, that time frame. But this time of year is actually really the time to be out there. So if you guys have a spare moment while you're in town, it's a good time to get in on the brown trout action out there. In addition to the angler use in that area, there's also some very significant economic uses in that area. Agriculturally, this has been a ranching community for 150 years. A lot of ranches are on that New Fork River corridor. A lot of cattle spend their winters, within a few miles of the New Fork River. Industrially, in the last 20 years, it's really picked up too. As Leslie alluded to earlier, that Pinedale Anticline, that development crosses right across the New Fork River just south of Boulder. So there's a lot of industrial use down in that area. And from a game and fish standpoint, this is a priority enhancement area identified both in the SWAP and in the SHIP document. So it's an area that we'd like to see a lot of work done, both from an aquatic and a terrestrial standpoint. And much of the New Fork River kind of has these degraded in-stream habitat conditions. We have these large eroding banks in a lot of areas for a myriad of reasons. But because we have these large eroding banks, we have a lot of sedimentation that comes off of these banks. And this excess sediment that we have in the New Fork River usually leads to a degraded stream channel that has, mid-channel bars, high sediment loads, high width-to-depth ratios, and generally poor habitat conditions for fish. So we'd like to address some of these things. The site that we're working on here is known as the gas well site. About the time that this beard started growing, there was a boat ramp at the gas well site, and because of the bank instability that we're seeing down there, the channel has laterally migrated and eliminated the boat ramp that was there. And it's about 2 miles of BLM-owned ground down there, which is a really significant amount of habitat. Of the maybe 50 or so miles of river habitat that we have in the lower New Fork. Only about 5 or 6 miles, I would guess, is owned publicly on both sides of the river. So this is a significant chunk of the public access that's down there. And it's called the gas well site. Where that boat ramp used to be, there was a gas well there, so that's why they call it the gas well site, and for some reason that name is stuck. So this is kind of where that boat ramp was. So we're looking downstream at the New Fork River in this photograph. So this is the old parking area. The boat access, or the boat ramp would have been somewhere out here. This riverbank erodes about 1 to 3 feet every year. So it's contributing a significant amount of sediment into the river. Also, it's eroding into a parking area, which might have some other things that we wouldn't necessarily want liberated into the watershed. This is what it looks like at high flows when it's kind of actively eroding. If you looked at it at lower flows, you've got about a 6-foot high bank, not something you can launch a boat off for sure, and certainly not very good habitat for fishes. So the scope of this project, again, is about 2 miles of river restoration. This is going to take place over the course of several years. It's already several years in the making. But what we're going to do is next summer, we're hoping to do about 2/3 of a mile of river access, of river stream restoration down there next year. And then in the coming years, you know, stream restoration is fairly expensive for a whole host of reasons. So we'll be kind of phasing this in as we get more money for it. So my job is basically to sing for my supper and see to it that we can make this project happen. So that's kind of the phasing that we're going to do. And I was just going to explain a little bit of what we're going to see in the next couple of years. So this is the lower part, or phase 1 of this work. It's about 2/3 of a mile of river. So you've got the New Fork River flowing from your right to your left, so downstream heading this way. The gas well is actually off of the screen here. This is where the old access used to be, and we've got this big, long, eroding bank right here. So what the plan is here is we're going to basically reconstruct that boat access, build some tow wood features to stabilize that bank and make sure that that boat ramp stays there, and then build a couple of rock vein, they call these J-hook structures. And basically what they do is they nudge the thalweg of the river off of the bank a little bit to alleviate the kind of the near bank stress or the high erosion along that bank. So it's kind of a belt and suspenders approach, as Paul Day would call it. You know, a couple of different things that we're throwing at it, and then we're going to build an artificial point bar here to kind of narrow up the river and then hopefully improve sediment transport through that so that those structures aren't going to get sanded in, which will enhance both fish habitat and hopefully improve river stability there. So that's kind of just the general overview of what we have going on, just a couple of minutes that I wanted to touch on it. But, you know, when we complete the entire 2 miles, obviously we're coming at it from an angler access and from a river habitat approach. But there's going to be a whole bunch of floodplain work that's done associated with that corridor. And in addition to the fishing access component of it, there's all sorts of wildlife benefits from moose, waterfowl, sage grouse use those habitats. They have to migrate through those areas. It's right outside of an antelope conservation or an antelope corridor, preliminary antelope corridor, conservation corridor. So there's a whole bunch of other benefits that come in addition to the river work that we're doing there. So at that point, that's really all I have. Just want to give you a quick update on that. And if you have questions, I can take them.
Comments, questions?
I think Pete's got one.
What partners or which you have partners that are going to help?
Absolutely.
On this program?
So it's jointly done between Trout Unlimited, BLM, and Game and Fish. We're kind of the planning partners, and then we have a whole host of partners helping with the funding, and that includes, you know, Jonah Energy is chipping in some in-kind work, all sorts of different funding sources, Department of Environmental Quality, some BLM sources, and I think when it's all said and done, we're going to wind up there'll probably be a dozen of us all told. So.
Any more comments, questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Good presentation. Thank you. Okay.
Alan, come up and introduce her.
Alan Osterman?
President Rail, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. Next up, we have Diana Miller. She's one of our fisheries biologists out of Jackson. She's going to talk about a really cool trip that her and her dad, Dave Sweet, out of Cody, took into the thoroughfare, which spawned her movie career debut.
Joe.
As Al had mentioned, I am Diana Miller. I am a fisheries biologist out of Jackson, but today I'm really here to talk to you about a film that my dad was part of, and it really is the story about the work that he has done to restore Yellowstone cutthroat trout to Yellowstone Lake. Many of you are probably familiar with the issues that are facing Yellowstone cutthroat trout, but I thought I'd give you a little bit of a background about that, as well as his involvement in the restoration of that species, and then get on to the good stuff, which is the film. So Yellowstone cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake used to be a very popular fishery. That lake held at one time the world's largest intact population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout. However, in 1994, the first lake trout was officially documented out of Yellowstone Lake, and the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population began to decline soon after that. The Park Service did start to do some gill netting to remove lake trout in order to try and minimize impacts to Yellowstone cutthroat trout, but it was having very little impact. And by the early 2000s, it was estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population was about less than 90% of what it once had been. So at one point it was as high as about 4 million fish, then they estimated it was as low as about 400,000 at one point in time. So in about 2007, 2008, my dad got word about the decline of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. And this was a fish that he had fished for a lot of years, and he was very passionate about. And many folks in this room have met my dad, and they can tell you that he can be pretty stubborn. He can be a little bit bullheaded, and he can be a little bit pushy, but he does that about things he's passionate about and that he cares about, and he really cares about Yellowstone cutthroat trout. So he simply couldn't stand by and watch this fish decline and not try and do something. And so in about 2008, he started the Save the Yellowstone Cutthroat campaign, and he brought together groups of people that wanted to do things to help try and protect Yellowstone cutthroat trout. The bulk of that work really focused on pressure on organizations, particularly the Park Service, to do more. And then it also put some pressure on organizations to raise more money in order to do research. So that group has raised over $1 million solely for research around Yellowstone Lake and how to target lake trout within that system and remove that at a higher capacity. So he started doing that in about 2007, 2008. And finally, the cutthroat trout started coming back, and the numbers from the Park Service showed an increase over the last few years, which is great news. So they're finally starting to see some recovery of Yellowstone cutthroat trout. So this film that I'm about to show is called The Return, and it's really the story of the return of Yellowstone cutthroat trout to the headwaters of the Yellowstone River, the area known as the thoroughfare. And the thoroughfare historically held a huge spawning run of Yellowstone cutthroat trout, and this is the most remote area in the lower 48 states, and these fish have to move more than 20 miles from the Yellowstone Lake up the Yellowstone River in order to spawn here. But they used to spawn in such numbers that outfitters would make their living in the spring taking anglers up to this area to fish for these fish. But because of the decline, they had really stopped doing that. There weren't enough fish to make that long trek really worth it. But a few years ago, we started hearing reports that fish were starting to come back. And this was an area that my dad and I had talked about going into for a long, long time. We've done a lot of backcountry trips together, and this was a place we really, really wanted to go and we'd been talking about for a long time. So when we started getting these reports, we decided that the timing wasn't going to be better. We should just go ahead and do it. So in the winter of 2017, 2018, we made plans to go in the spring of 2018. And it was about that same time that a local production company out of Jackson got word that we were headed in there to fish for these cutthroat trout. And they had been wanting to do a story about Yellowstone cutthroat and my dad in particular and all of his efforts. And so they asked us if they could tag along. So they did. And this film is the result of their efforts on that trip. And I really hope you all enjoy it. It was a lot of fun. My dad and I had a great time on this trip. But I think the important thing to take away is that, yeah, we had a great time. We always have a great time whenever we go on trips like this. But I hope people get out of this film that one person can really make a difference. I think we all sort of get caught up in the world around us and forget that what we're trying to do is make a difference in the world, and that we can if we really put our minds to it. And so I hope that's what you all get out of this. That's certainly what I take away from my dad's efforts, so hope you enjoy it.
Cool. Steve, could you dim the lights, please? Steve, Martin? Somebody? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. That's
Good job, Steve.
You didn't even move.
I think any time you lose a native species, the impact on the environment is very important, but it also sets a tone that it's okay to lose our native species, and it's not. Coming in here to the thoroughfare was a bit of a gamble. We didn't know what we were going to find. It'd be an awful long way to go if there are no fish there.
Dad was kind of a bull in the china shop for the Yellowstone cutthroat trout issue. He was driven, he was very passionate, and he really was the one to move things forward.
The Yellowstone cutthroat trout, in my mind, is one of the most beautiful trout that exists. There may not be any cutthroat in those streams. We may not even be able to get in there. We may miss the spawning run, or the spawning run may be so low that we don't even find it. We first realized there was a brewing problem in 1993 when the first lake trout was reported out of Yellowstone Lake. It wasn't until we got into the 2000s that the issue really became very, very apparent that this was going to be a major ecological problem. And I don't think anyone could have imagined the impact they were going to have. This is a real special trip for Diana and I. We never know how many more of these trips we're going to be able to take together. We're going to be heading into the thoroughfare region of the Bridger Teton Forest. This place being the furthest place you can get away from the road in the lower 48. Pretty tough conditions. A lot of mud. The mosquitoes are unbelievable. Lots of grizzly bears. You can have some pretty rough weather in here as well. It's about as wild as you can get. This area has been preserved for its wild and scenic values since even before the Wilderness Act came into being. I've been working to help this species for over 10 years, but I wanted to see it for myself. To see those fish back in those spawning tributaries was very important to me.
We haven't been able to do a fun trip like this that's not hunting or work related since I was a kid, probably.
Yeah, oh, we can tie it on.
Ever since Diana was born, she's wanted to be in the outdoors. She's really been my recreation and adventure pal, if you will. From fishing and hunting to just wilderness trips, horseback trips, hiking trips. We've done many, many things together in the outdoors. The way to get into this wilderness area is horseback. And even then, it's a 2-day journey over some very rough and rugged terrain. You depend upon those horses. You know, there's no vet care at that point. We just had a horse step in a hole and break its leg. The horse had to be put down on the spot. You depend upon those horses. My first trip to Yellowstone was mid-1970s, and it was kind of the mecca. I mean, it was a place everybody who loved trout fishing wanted to make a trip. At that time, we caught Yellowstone cutthroat trout by the dozens. I mean, it was unbelievable, the number of fish. If someone had said that fish is going to be on the brink of being an endangered species, I wouldn't have believed it. Lake trout were an extremely voracious predator. They simply were eating the young and subadult cutthroat trout. In fact, at that time, I think a lot of people thought that it was too late. There was nothing that could be done, that the lake trout were going to take over that lake, and I refused to accept that. As a trout fisherman who loved that species, I needed to do something. In the beginning, there was a small handful of us who decided that we were going to try and do something about it. And we had to actually go out and recruit others like mine. We established the Save the Yellowstone Cutthroat Committee. Originally, it was just a group of Trout Unlimited folks, but it grew to include lots of other individuals, lots of other organizations who believed in trying to save this fish. And we tried to bring those folks together with a common mission to bring back this population of fish. I just wanted to do what I could, but as time went on, I realized that I could be a mouthpiece. I could spread the word. I could help others understand the importance of this problem. And my daughter actually, who was a fisheries biologist, pointed out to me in 2007 that the impact was far, far greater than I think anyone really understood. The population of cutthroat had dropped from about 4 million in that system down to what was estimated to be maybe 200,000 to 400,000 left. So a 90 to 95% decline. The Yellowstone cutthroat trout impacts some 40 other species, from the fish to the ungulates to the bear species to the birds. So this is not just a fish issue, this is an entire ecosystem in jeopardy. Well, we've been fishing for quite a while and we haven't seen any fish yet, and we're really questioning whether they're here. The decline continued through the mid-2000s, 2007, 8, 9, and trying to reverse that population growth of lake trout was a very, very difficult and expensive proposition. And if you can suppress the lake trout, the cutthroat will recover on their own. And even though A lot of money was being spent, a lot of effort was being expended on the problem. The trajectory still was going in the wrong direction. We realized at that time that more had to be done. Then about 2009-10, they really started getting very serious. I think because a lot of people were urging them to get very serious. So suppression of the lake trout became absolutely critical. Fundraising and trying to advance the use of science in addressing this problem. The reports, coming out of this area have been that people are starting to see Yellowstone cutthroat trout back up in these natal spawning streams. And we hope we're going to find them. Oh, look at this fish. There's two of them. You go ahead and cast to them. Let it come around, let it come around. There you go, drop that. Watch.
Whoa!
All right, Dad, your turn. Thank you.
The first fish I hooked, I thought, God, there it is, And that was a pretty exciting moment. But then it was one and another and another and another. We got into an area where there were dozens, and in fact, after a while, hundreds of these cutthroats spawning in the stream. And clearly the spawning run is major, it's huge. And to come in and share with Diana this return of the cutthroat was very, very important, and especially since she was the one who really opened my eyes to the problem again 11 years ago. And I think as we get older, all of us think about, well, how are we going to be remembered? That's hard. I'm sorry.
I think Dad's legacy is really going to be the Yellowstone cutthroat trout. They're going to be here for generations because of his work, and they might not have been otherwise.
Like streets on a map, whispering out there. Saying you can't wrong the right. It's an endless fight. No, you can't wrong the right.
Coming in here and seeing the number of cutthroat that we've seen and the size of those fish has been unbelievably rewarding to me personally. I've been working to help this species for over 10 years, and to experience the return of these fish has really been remarkable. We have to recognize we're not out of the woods. This problem is not over. The battle continues. It's not a battle that we can end. In fact, it's a battle that will never be over, but it's a battle that has to be fought.
It was very good.
Very good.
Yeah,
Very good.
Excellent.
I gotta tell you, there's no Oscar nominations, but Best Picture of the Year, yeah.
President Rahal, thank you. It really was a lot of fun, and I think the film crew did an incredible job. They really did a great job with it. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, we're way ahead of schedule, is that okay? Or do you-
Yeah, we're fine.
5 minutes, how's that? I gotta use the restroom.
Well, there you go.
Teal?
President Rael, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, thank you for having me today. My name is Teal Kafad. I'm the Vice President of the Wyoming Game Warden Association, and today I just wanted to give you a quick informative presentation about the Wyoming Game Warden Association. It's been several years since we presented to the commission, so I wanted to just update you guys on what projects we're currently working on and what we've worked on in the past. So a little background about the Wyoming Game Warden Association. The association was formed in 1973 for the purpose of furnishing a medium for good fellowship and loyalty to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and fellow officers, effectively maintaining the wildlife resources of the state, promoting a more efficient and able force of game wardens, and to meet our responsibilities and problems collectively. Membership of the association is comprised of all commissioned Wyoming Game and Fish Department law enforcement officers, retired officers, and associate members. Our current membership is at 185 members. The association's mission is to promote and perpetuate the traditions, duties, and responsibilities of the Wyoming Game Warden. This is a long mission, so bear with me. The mission continues to advocate the continued status of the Wyoming Game Warden position as a multi-purpose wildlife professional, serving as a law enforcement officer, wildlife manager, and liaison between wildlife constituents and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. To honor those who have served before by upholding applicable traditions and developing new methods to address evolving environments and constituents. To advocate for the continued development and advancement of the Wildlife Investigative Unit and those officers who serve on the unit. To advocate through its membership the concept of sustaining the honor, respect, and reputation of the Wyoming Game Warden and all Wyoming Game and Fish law enforcement officers through service to wildlife and the people of the state of Wyoming. That's the end of the mission statement. The association is classified as a nonprofit charitable organization for tax purposes. So what that means, since 1985, the Wyoming Game Warden Association has had the ability to provide more than $450,000 in financial assistance to various charitable organizations, programs designed to enhance outdoor awareness, research designed to improve wildlife enforcement, scholarship programs, and memorial funds. Since the creation of the Wyoming Wildlife Protectors Association in 1985, the Wyoming Game Warden Association has provided more than $65,000 to the Stop Poaching effort in Wyoming. Many of you guys probably recognize the Poach Coach. This total includes the refurbishment of an old-time jail wagon, which is now the popular Poach Coach. We have used the Poach Coach in many of department's expo events and many parades and county fairs across the state. The association annually provides support for projects designed to enhance outdoor awareness to school-age children and disadvantaged persons by purchasing items such as fishing poles and tackle, fishing licenses, and groceries for outdoor recreation events such as kids' fishing days. And of course, our members also volunteer manpower for all these events. Similarly, we help increase awareness and participation in hunting activities through such efforts as the Paint Rock Hunter Mentor Program, Jake's Day events, 4-H shooting sports, and National Archery in the Schools programs. The association has also provided financial grants in support of research designed to improve wildlife law enforcement. Such research has included work by the University of Wyoming Animal Science Department to determine techniques to identify cooked meats through DNA analysis, and also a Montana study that documented decomposition and insect development rates on carcasses. The association also supports conferences and seminars related to wildlife management and conservation, such as the 2017 Wyoming's Wildlife and Roadways Summit. Probably the program we're most proud of is our scholarship program. Since 1986, the association has provided more than $107,000 to scholarships to Wyoming high school seniors. We currently present 14 $500 scholarships annually, so there's 2 that are awarded per region. The senior must complete an essay application containing questions related to Wyoming's environment, hunting, and their future college plans. The recipients are picked by the game wardens in each region based on their essay answers and financial need. These scholarships can be used for any trade school, community college, university, in-state, or out-of-state. The association has been a lasting lobby in the state legislature, actively seeking support of its law enforcement, wildlife management, and game and fish employee support missions. We are proud to say we were instrumental in the passing of several important bills during this last session, including Senate File 40, which lowered the state's voting under the influence level from 0.10 blood alcohol concentration to 0.08 BAC. To date, the association has provided more than $28,000 to the Wildlife Enforcement Officers Museum at the International Peace Gardens. The museum showcases the history and work of game wardens across the United States and Canada, and includes a memorial of all wildlife officers killed in the line of duty, including 9 such game wardens from Wyoming. The association has supported the building of the Wyoming Game Warden historical displays and museums in the Casper and Lander regional offices. These displays showcase the historical work performed by Wyoming game wardens. The Wyoming Game Wardens Association is supporting these displays and has contributed over $19,000 to such displays. The association provides support for officer memorials. The family of any Wyoming wildlife enforcement officer killed in the line of duty is provided a minimum of $500. $200 is provided to North American Wildlife Enforcement Officers Association, or NAWIA, to assist families of officers killed in other states or Canadian provinces. The association also contributes a minimum of $500 to any Wyoming non-enforcement wildlife personnel killed in the line of duty. The association has also supported numerous GoFundMe requests for families of wildlife enforcement officers throughout the country who are facing challenging circumstances. In 2015, the association, in conjunction with the Forest Service, created a historical marker near Nugget Gulch, where Wardens Bill Lackinen and Don Simpson were murdered in the Sierra Madre Mountains in 1945. The association supported the building of the Wyoming Peace Officers Memorial at the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy in Douglas. And in addition, the association is providing financial assistance and design concepts for Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Fallen Memorial Wall in the Casper Regional Office. One of our most recent big accomplishments was the 2018 NAWIA Conference. In July 2018, the association hosted the North American Wildlife Enforcement Officers Association Conference in Cheyenne. 443 NAWIA members and their families from the United States and Canadian provinces were in attendance. With more than 2 years' work in planning and preparation, hosting the conference was no small undertaking. Many of our association members had the invaluable opportunity to network with wildlife officers from all across our continent and attend top-notch training seminars. Some of our local law enforcement experts were also able to share their work and knowledge with attendees. If you guys are into keeping up with the Wyoming Game Wardens Association, we have several ways to keep in touch through Facebook and Instagram, and also our website. In addition, each year the association has an annual meeting and banquet. In 2020, the Wyoming Game Wardens Association meeting will take place in Lander from March 27th through March 29th, with the banquet on the evening of March 28th. We're still finishing up on the details of the next meeting, but our invitations will likely be sent out after our December board meeting. In conclusion, we'd like to express our gratitude for your service as the Game and Fish Commissioner, and especially thank you for your direct support of the association through participation in our annual meeting and donation of commissioner licenses. We appreciate opportunities for partnerships and look forward to continue to work with you into the future. With that, if you guys have any questions, I would certainly be able to answer them.
Awesome. Good work.
Any questions, comments?
Good work.
Teal, thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Doug Greenmeyer. Hello, Doug.
President, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission. Our next agenda item is Dr. Kevin Monteith, and he'll be giving us an overview of his bighorn sheep research. And just this presentation will also help to clarify a little bit of that question Commissioner Doobie asked earlier about the states, where we're at in terms of other states. And it's largely because of the commission's support that on bighorn sheep and the disease monitoring that we're doing and the relationships that Kevin is looking at with nutritional and population performance, the long-term monitoring and research that we're doing on Wyoming range deer and the pronghorn studies that we're starting to initiate and some of the moose research as well. And again, it's largely because of the support of the commission that a lot of the states look to us to see what we're doing and how we're monitoring populations, and some of this work that Dr. Monteith and others like Dr. Sawyer puts us way out in front in a lot of the species that we have. So, and appreciate everything that you guys do. And with that, I'd like to invite Kevin to come on up.
Hello, Kevin.
Hello. Thanks, Doug. Mr. President, Commission, thanks for giving me the time to be here today. And as Doug said too, I wouldn't be able to be here. We won't be able to talk about this work without your support. And I think I mentioned this the last time that I was here, but like many of the projects, but this project in particular as well, it was really the commission support that got us traction with regards to fundraising to be able to put us where we're at at the moment with regards to this project, which to me is really exciting. When we sought to undertake this work, it wasn't cheap, as I'm told that some of the work that my group does is often not cheap. But the thing is nobody else is working at the level that we're working at the moment with regards to the comprehensive nature of this work and the different elements that we're trying to bring to the fold to really get at one of these questions that's been kind of befuddling and caused lots of head scratching for years, and that is in part, what do we do with our sheep herds that are chronically infected? That is, oftentimes there's not new bugs that are coming into play necessarily, but they continue to be plagued by either epizootic die-offs or just stagnant populations. The whiskey herd, of course, being one of those that we've been concerned with for a long period of time. And so this, like most of the work that we do, or I hope all of it, is very collaborative in nature. I always say this as well, I am the spokesperson, but there's so many other people that are either behind the scenes or are making this work possible, not only from a field perspective or actively involved with the work, but also making it possible with regards to funding as well and getting us the resources we need to succeed. And this truly is a large undertaking, and it wouldn't be possible without all the players coming together to get us there. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge up front the various sources with regards to fiscal support that we've seen to date that's gotten us where we're at and is making this possible. Of course, commission resources being an important part of that. And then also, before I get into the rest of it, I definitely want to acknowledge these two people, although we had a crew of technicians this summer that were phenomenal. It's really been these two folks that are on point and have experienced the grueling task to do this work through the summer and have embraced it wholeheartedly and kept good attitudes despite many frustrations and challenges. On the left is Brittany Wagler, and on the right is Rachel Smiley. Hopefully you all get the chance to meet them at some point. They're a delight to work with and are super hard chargers. And one of the issues with a project like this and many others, I definitely need to hire the right people. I definitely hired the right people in this instance, for sure. So many of you are well aware of some of the issues, but I'll kind of briefly go through some of the little bit of background that's led us to where we're at today. Part of that background is with a specific eye on these three herds from Cody, DuBois, Jackson herds. And the one sort of interesting aspect is that when we look at assemblage of pathogens within each of these herds, they're generally the same. Which has made us scratch our heads as to why population performance might differ so markedly from one herd to the next. And so we sought to tackle that initially by not only understanding the element of disease, which I will say for a long time I think we've been myopically focused on that, or we've so-called been chasing the bugs. So we've just been trying to figure out what pathogens are present and trying to then learn what that might mean for how that influences a population. Mycoplasma ovi pneumonia being kind of the one that's been put forward as the leading cause of these striking epizootic die-offs or stagnant population growth. But MOV exists within Jackson, DuBois, Cody herds to similar prevalence across the board. And I think what's kind of been swept under the rug a little bit is that not only addressing all of these factors together, but really understanding what that means on the ground with regards to nutritional dynamics and forage for any herbivore population, any ungulate population. Food is sort of the baseline fundamental building block. So if we sort of ignore that and focus on everything else, we potentially miss the boat. So we've tried to bring that into the fold. And we've done that by way of following individual females over time and trying to piece together their life, what they experienced, as well as their success. Of course, with much of our work, looking at that through the lens of nutrition, looking at body fat of animals through time, reproductive rates as well. Of course, doing the whole suite of sampling with regards to pathogens that may be present. And again, really trying to piece together each animal's life so we can understand what it means for them, what factors are limiting their success. There's no need to worry about the details here, but so we started this level of work in March 2015, and then we've been resampling, so rehandling these animals each March and December thereafter. So as they're entering into summer, finishing up with winter, and then as they're coming off the summer range in the fall. These are some of the various sort of target pathogens, Mycoplasma pneumonia on the top left there, Pasteurella, Mannheimia hemolytica, and other Mannheimia species. And the point here is that there's no real need to highlight any one specific thing other than to show you that across Cody, DuBois, or Jackson, although we see a little bit of fluctuations in time, it's not like DuBois has much higher prevalence of MOV or anything like that. Similar pathogens exist. Now, there may well be different strains within potentially, and we're working on that with some other folks in the vet lab to learn that aspect of it if there's a different strain of MOV, for example, but at least at the moment, similar pathogens throughout. If we look at pregnancy, in the blue there is DuBois. What you'll note is that consistently from 2015 through 2019, high pregnancy rates. So it's not like we have reproductive issues. Where we do have issues is when those animals, they're putting lambs on the ground, but they're not bringing them back to winter range. So these are the proportion that are lactating in the fall or those that are bringing lambs back to winter range. What you note is DuBois, well, 2016, 17, 18, very, very poor. In fact, none of our females, when we handled them in 2018, were actually lactating, so they all failed to recruit lambs. And this is one of the major issues we know, right? They're not bringing lambs back to winter range, but the question is why. Another interesting layer within, as we, of course, handle these animals, we weigh them, and weight can be somewhat misleading sometimes, but in this instance, I think it's pretty interesting. What you note is DuBois there on the bottom. Those sheep are small. For a long time, we thought that that was genetic related in some way, but as we've come to appreciate what that largely reflects is animals adapting to the environment that they live in, and so certainly reflects probably chronic nutritional limitation to some degree, or at least poor nutrition for those animals within DuBois that reflects adaptation towards smaller body size. As we go and look at body fat, so this is that same pattern from one season to the next. If you just glance at the blue line for the moment, what you'll note is that if you target each December, which reflects their change in fat over the summer, what you note is that our DuBois animals, by and large, are some of the thinnest, or animals are in poorest condition come off of summer range. Layer that with the aspect of we know that they also experience the poorest recruitment, meaning they're incurring much less lactation costs than animals from Jackson or Cody. Therefore, in theory, they should be the fattest unless there's a potential issue with forage on their summer range. So this is what has highlighted to us the aspect that there's perhaps different forage dynamics on those summer range, which has caused us to want to zero in and dig a bit deeper into those dynamics on summer range in particular. There's a couple other layers that support that. This is just how fat animals are in March, and then their probability of recruiting a lamb on the x-axis, suggesting that fatter ewes have a higher probability of recruiting lambs, which we would expect, right? This is that nutritional link to lamb survival and recruitment. You'll note DuBois falls off on the bottom there. And then the other pretty strong element that suggests perhaps there's a different dynamic going on summer range for DuBois sheep is this relationship. So this is just basically saying after we account for lactations, you can imagine looking on the right for all animals that recruited a lamb, how much fat they gained over the summer. What you'll note for DuBois sheep is it's on the bottom. They're basically not putting on fat over the summer if they've recruited a lamb, but we do see incremental increases in fat for Jackson and Cody. So it's these elements that have caused us to think, okay, maybe it's not just bugs, but maybe there's nutritional dynamic within, and we wanted to be able to zero in better on that, on summer range in particular. So it's caused us to try to zero in on that, summer range, forage dynamics, as well as understanding what's going on, what's the missing link between pregnant animals in March and them showing up on winter range without a lamb at heel. I'll flash through some of the preliminary results. Hopefully what I talk about today isn't completely dissatisfying, only because I can't tell you the answers yet, because we're just working our way through it. We're 1 year into zeroing into some of these pieces, but I just want to show you a couple of interesting patterns that, at least at the moment, I can't make a whole lot of, other than we're getting there and some interesting things are popping up. Don't worry about any of the details here, other than these are just species on the X there, proportion within our line point intercept transects that we're doing on summer ranges where these animals are living. What you note, there's a lot more rock in the DuBois range, but there's interestingly more soil in the Jackson range, and then you have the whole smattering of species to the right. What you note is that they're not identical. Carrick shows up right off the bat, but then beyond that, they're not identical ranges, as we might expect. All of our subsequent analyses relative to what animals are eating and the forage quality of all of those diet items are forthcoming. I don't have any of those data yet, but those are some of the other things that we're digging into to try to understand what is the quality of forage on these two summer ranges. If we break it down, actually not break it down, but lump it together a little bit further, if we lump bare rock, soil, for example, forbs, grasses, shrubs, what we do know between the two ranges is that there tends to be proportionally more forbs on that Jackson range compared with the DuBois summer ranges, which is interesting. That, as a general rule, is going to give them better forage quality if they have more forbs available to them. And those two pictures on the bottom, maybe the better way to describe it is to just show you visually, but that's a kind of pretty quintessential examples of those two ranges, with Jackson on the left and then DuBois is on the right there. There is forage, small alpine plants in between all the rocks right there, but the ranges are definitely different. On top of that, because we already have signals associated with some potential concerns associated with forage on summer range for DuBois sheep, rather than just dig deeper into that, we wanted to simultaneously, if we do learn that there is an issue there, try to learn what we could do. So on top of everything else we're doing, we also set up a suite of exclosures and experiments within kind of classic summer ranges that those animals occupy. And those enclosures include just ambient, normal conditions to an exclosure where we're not allowing sheep to browse it or feed on it, so it's grazing restriction from it. Another one that we're going in and manipulating grazing or browsing pressure by going in and clipping everything as if to simulate intense grazing. And then we're also taking one of them and burning it as well. And so this is an example of our burn ring, basically some of the things that we needed to do to be able to try to burn up there and get permission through the Forest Service to do it, which we succeeded in doing. And then interestingly, when my crew was up there burning this summer, these are where the plots are, and then suddenly smoke started billowing up down in Bomber Basin. There was minor panic, although we didn't start this fire, although it was sort of hilarious at the time. I was about a mile away. But anyway, just an interesting little anecdote. On top of that, it has been a pretty wet year by and large, and it was really challenging to burn those plots. At the moment, they didn't burn very well, as in we had to keep the fire going the entire time. Whether that could be different in another year with maybe drier conditions or different pattern of biomass, I don't know. But we'll see what happens. We're really curious to see what ends up happening in that plot in subsequent years now that we did go in and burn it. Okay. So also the other element that's maybe the most difficult aspect of it, and that is trying to understand what's happening with lambs during the summer. And so obviously, and initially when we proposed to do this and had conversations associated with this, like, yeah, how the heck are you going to do that? There's no stinking way you're going to succeed in doing that when you're working in country like this. Well, so the one thing, at least in a normal circumstance, we ideally have technology on our side. We sort of did this summer to some degree. The way the technology is supposed to work, when we handle these animals in March, pregnant females, we fit with a vaginal implant transmitter that's expelled at birth. There's a picture of a vit right there on a birth site of a sheep, of a ewe actually. Mom's collar communicates with that vit. So once that vit is expelled, it cools off. It sends a different signal to mom's collar. Mom's collar then links to the satellite and then sends us information saying, hey, looks like a vit was expelled. birth likely happened, and then here's the location of where mom is at, which then allows us to mobilize immediately and get there as quick as possible, which you can imagine some of this country takes a while to get there. The unfortunate part, I've used this system for many years on deer now, and at least for the past 3 years or so, worked almost flawlessly. The unfortunate part is this year, as we eventually learned, the manufacturer, I guess it was some issue associated with serial numbers. They ran out of, I don't know exactly why or how, but ran out of serial numbers, had to switch from a 12-bit to a 24-bit system. And little did they realize at the time that that was going to add an additional tax to the battery of the VIT. And so we had a bunch of batteries that were going dead before partition happened. Which we've dealt with this in deer before, and we know we have the system all set up because we have live GPS data from all these animals and generally get hourly data during this window of time. We know and can identify based on their movement rates and what is called first passage time, that is how much they restrict their movement to an area, we can identify when birth happens. But as you can imagine, the problem with that is to have that movement manifest into what looks like a birth means birth has to happen, and then we have all the data thereafter. So as a general rule, we're probably 24 hours behind already from when birth happened if we have to use movement data to get there. And what we've learned, without a doubt, with sheep is a lamb that's pushing 24 to 48 hours old is an acrobat, can travel that rocky, cliffy country in a very impressive way. It's pretty incredible, actually. And so, by and large, for those that failed, we unfortunately, although we did catch a handful of them, barely, we unfortunately missed a lot of those just because we can't get there soon enough. For those that worked, I believe we caught all but 2 lambs, and we ended up catching 18 lambs this spring. So just to show you a little bit more behind the scenes of what that looks like, that birth that was in that picture there, so that VIT, that's what looks like a birth site for a ewe. Oftentimes they have pretty incredible vantage points, maybe so long as you're not looking straight down. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, this process has to occur a little bit differently than we do for like deer or elk oftentimes, in part because those lambs are so mobile. So generally what we'll do is we'll set up a spotter, ideally a ridge over. So we'll go part way in, a spotter will split off, go up on the other side of the ridge to be able to look back. Ideally spot the ewe and the lamb for whoever's going in. Then the folks that are going in to catch the lamb will ideally work their way up and around where she's at and very carefully, generally split once you get close, but sneak down to where she's at. In an ideal world, we can get within 20 yards of her before she bolts, because unfortunately, oftentimes, the lambs bolt with her. And unless we're right there, sometimes we can't get there soon enough to get our hands on them. Or if mom bolts real hard, sometimes it's just enough to spook the lamb and the lamb will drop. But then we need to hustle our butt in there and get our hands on it as quickly as possible. So,
Dr. Kevin, real quickly?
Yeah.
So you catch them by hand, and it's no mechanical method, or is it all by hand?
Mr. President, yeah, so we catch them completely by hand. And honestly, with a lot of the country we're working in, I'm very thankful that we're not carrying more with us than we have to already. But yeah, we're completely catching them by hand. And it's, as you can imagine, which I have a handful more pictures here too, but pictures don't do it justice, how difficult this actually is and the type of train they're in. Fortunately, what these females generally do is they pick steep, cliffy, nasty country, but then pick a bench within that steep, nasty country to give birth. So they're generally not right on a cliff face. As you can imagine, a newborn lamb that took the wrong step might just tumble off, right? So it would make sense, but the problem is getting to her, and getting to her in a way that's quiet as you're working down a talus slope or whatever the case may be, and getting there safely, to be completely honest. And so those 2 pictures there show where that lamb was collared, and then in that instance, we were unable to work our way up around her, but simply worked our way up that couloir and were able to catch the lamb right there. It's hard to describe how challenging this is. It is doable. The technology helps us a lot, and we just have to hustle in there as quickly as we can, but then be patient while we're going about it once we finally get there. But yeah, we're completely catching them by hand. Once we have the lambs in hand, we collect a whole bunch of information from them, their size, ideally get blood from them to be able to look at immune function and other dynamics associated with that. And then subsequently, of course, fit them with the collar. The collars that the lambs are wearing as well are GPS collars, so they work independent of mom's collars or anything else and send us GPS data as well. And so we're getting GPS data from the lambs every 2 hours as well, which is fairly new technology that we're actually really excited to be able to have at our hands and at our disposal as well. I can't say much about this at the moment, but just sort of interestingly, this were weight of our lambs in Jackson and DuBois compared with Sebille, Nebraska, Black Hills, New Mexico. I can't say a whole lot of what that means as of yet, but it appears as if we're kind of generally falling out somewhere in the middle. We didn't have a huge sample size from Jackson, but it is at least interesting to note that our DuBois lambs are bigger, at least they were this past spring, and recall our DuBois females are smaller, which potentially suggests some greater maternal investment into lamb mass. I don't know exactly what that means yet, but hopefully I'll be able to tell you what that could mean as we get more data. Just a handful of pictures of some of the country, some of the challenges that we face as we go through. This, for example, is a spotter laying on a snowfield, trying to spot for somebody else that's heading up in this country to collar a lamb. A lot of coordination up front to try to find the best route to get anywhere, which is obviously not easy. In some instances, it can take a full day to get to where we need to go. And then it's a matter, of course, having the right team of people that are also willing to embrace working in country like this, which for the faint of heart, it's not necessarily fun. And then, of course, recovering mortalities, which can be just as challenging, if not more challenging, than recovering actually catching the lambs. A couple of quick examples. This lamb was killed by a mountain lion. This one really had folks tripped up for a long time. They had the GPS location from the lamb's collar from somewhere on this cliff face, and were walking around it and on the bottom side of it, triangulating towards it. They had noticed an eagle's nest, which is right there early on, but didn't think much of it at the time. And then as they're trying to track the telemetry and figure out where in the world the signal is coming from, finally somebody happened to look up, and you can't see it in this picture unless I really zoom in it, but there's a lamb leg sticking out of the eagle's nest. And we didn't recover it immediately, but one of the technicians ended up recovering the collar from the nest with a fishing rod. He was able to cast down in there and hook the collar and pull it back up. And admittedly, we've had a few that we've simply haven't been able to recover. There was just no way that we could actually get there to actually be able to recover the collar. The one on the left was simply an accident. We've seen this sort of thing in deer as well. Just got leg hung up in the crotch of rocks and died there. And then this is a pneumonia-related mortality. Across the board, if we look at the mortalities that we have seen so far, and especially predominantly whiskey, pneumonia has been the leading cause of mortality across the board. Predation, abandon. This single abandonment didn't really make a lot of sense when we went in to recover it. It was a fairly not super rigorous lamb when we caught it. When we went back into the mortality, the lamb was laying there. Mom was standing about 70 yards behind her. The lamb did not have milk in its stomach, so at the time we chalked it up to abandonment, but no real evidence to indicate that had anything to do with us. For some reason, either it was just a non-viable lamb or something, and then Mom abandoned it. And then, of course, accident. But you'll note this huge pulse associated with pneumonia. Some of these unknowns yet should end up falling into some of these other categories as we work through our results associated with the knee crises. One of the interesting things with pneumonia is that we've seen some disparity in what we see with regards to condition of the lambs. So we've not only seen lambs that apparently died of acute pneumonia, that is, they're apparently healthy, look strong and healthy, but are dead and died of pneumonia. And then we have others where their bone marrow looks like this, red, bloody, really poor condition. So almost to the effect that pneumonia may have been what predisposed them to this, but it's as if they're dying of malnutrition because they're in just such horrible condition from the pneumonia. So completely different ways in which the disease seems to be manifesting in some of these animals. One interesting thing, and like I said, I don't have all the answers yet by any means, but one interesting thing to make note of is how mortality has manifested across all of these lambs. This is just days alive. So for example, animals that lived longest are the lines up here. Animals that died real early in life are down here. And then this is just a timeline. So obviously these animals up here are gonna have a much longer line because they lived the longest. And then this reflects the timeline of when they were born to when they died, except for these up here are still alive. So what's interesting relative to the causes, most of these early mortalities were accidents, predation, so a couple of unknowns, those sorts of things. And then once we hit in this pneumonia cycle, we pretty much kind of incrementally every week or every couple weeks lost another lamb to pneumonia. And these lambs range from roughly a month of age to 2 to 2.5 months of age across the board. So once we lost a handful of lambs early to other causes, we eventually hit in sort of that pneumonia phase, and then just kind of, they didn't all occur all at once. Across about a month and a half or so, we just kind of incrementally kept losing lambs to pneumonia. This lamb right here is a Jackson lamb that's still alive. These two are two in Du Bois. Interestingly, these lambs have both been within groups, ewe groups, with lambs of these lambs that have died of pneumonia. So in theory, they should have been exposed to pneumonia to some degree, although interestingly, they are still alive. What is interesting to note is they were the latest born lambs of all of these, and yet are still alive. I can't say a whole lot other than that at the moment, but it is interesting that they are the two that were born the latest in that whiskey herd and happen to be still alive and have not died of pneumonia yet. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with them. One other interesting element and layer associated with all of this is that one of the reasons we wanted to target Jackson and compare it to that Du Bois herd was because based on all the other data we had to date, Jackson seemed to have the most robust summer range, and Du Bois had the poorest summer range. So we wanted to be able to compare those two elements together, hand in hand, to know what a good summer range might look like, compare that with what we're seeing in Du Bois, as opposed to just drilling down right into Du Bois, which is why we're looking at those two herds. Given many recent discussions and thoughts and ideas anyway associated with this, there's another interesting element associated with some of the animals, and it's in particular animals that live on the sheep ridge, winter on the sheep ridge on Du Bois' side, and then migrate over to the west side of the winds near Osborne Mountain. We have sheep that stay on the west side near Osborne Mountain. They're high elevation sheep, so they stay on the west side all year round. They don't migrate to low elevation. But at least in theory, do overlap, intersect with some of those sheep ridge sheep. Here's the map. So these are each one of our groups of sheep that we have been monitoring on the Du Bois side. So this is Sheep Ridge. These are the animals along Torrey, so Whiskey Cabin right in there. And then these are pushing down onto the reservation, Red Creek area animals, and then Didwoody animals. You'll note they all stop right along right here versus these Sheep Ridge animals that migrate up, end up on the west side, and then overlap to some degree with these animals that live on the west side. So right in here where this big question mark is, we've never put hands on those animals. We don't know exactly where they go other than they stay at high elevation all winter long. And as we've come to appreciate with time, high elevation sheep are actually not as uncommon as we thought once upon a time. There are many components of sheep herds that some are at high elevation, winter at high elevation. So it is a viable strategy. And at least for this sheep herd, this is just lamb-ewe ratio, so this is lamb recruitment for that entire herd unit, but also broken up between west side animals, which are the blue lines here, and then basically Hunter Area 10 in particular is like much of the whiskey sheep that have been doing so poorly, especially in recent years. And what you'll note, although the sample size is small because their sheep can be difficult to survey, so observations can be pretty sparse sometimes, what you'll note as a general rule is lamb recruitment tends to be quite high. In fact, in just talking with Brandon, it sounds like this year Dean Kloss was able to get a good survey of those animals, and lamb-ewe ratios were 53, which means really good lamb recruitment. And I suspect on the whiskey side, we're again going to see a hope we don't see single digits, but it's going to be really low, maybe between 10 and 15, but it's going to be pretty poor. So this suggests that clearly these animals that are staying on the west side are performing quite well. And yet, interestingly, the only major difference, at least that we know of, is that these animals winter at high elevation, compared with these sheep ridge sheep that summer in this country, but then go back to low elevation winter range. In theory, they're interacting, so presumably sharing somewhat similar pathogens, but why in the world is performance of these animals so much better than these animals that are basically just over the hill? And so through various discussions and through review process, adding this component to this research project was deemed the highest research priority for upcoming years by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, with the aim of trying to basically replicate what we're doing on this side, do that on this side to try to understand why these sheep are such high performers, yet are living and doing fairly similar things with the exceptions of not migrating down to a low elevation winter range. So the hope is with support and hopefully with support of the Forest Service, we do need wilderness permission to be able to do anything with these animals because they reside on wilderness throughout the entire year. So we can't rely on them migrating down and off wilderness to be able to put our hands on them and try to understand what those animals are doing. So in the end, as I mentioned before, the hope here with this work is that we can bring all of these pieces together. And at least for me, in thinking about sheep and disease aspects for as long as I have, the challenging part for me is it's like we've been so bogged down in disease for so long that we've just forgotten a lot of these other elements. And our hope is we're bringing these other elements to the table as well, because some of them, like nutrition, may well interact with disease, may well interact with immune function to influence how animals are able to tolerate disease. So hopefully we can better understand what's going on here, ideally identify some solutions or things that we can do to make it better for example, our sheep on whiskey, but in all honesty, any chronically infected sheep herd, which are the vast majority of sheep herds that we manage anymore. And in the end, hopefully that becomes more of a common sight on winter ranges than we have right now. So with that, again, I sincerely thank you for your support in helping make this project possible, and thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions if you had any.
I've got it. Go ahead, Mike.
Kevin, did I understand you correctly? Is malnutrition, could that bring on the pneumonia?
Yeah, great question. So, Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, one of our working hypotheses is along those lines. So, with some of the work that's been done previously, where they've done meta-analyses by collating data across a whole bunch of sheep herds, and then trying to look at conditions. So, for example, ecological conditions that might lead to these epizootic die-offs within these chronically infected herds, as in the bugs are present, there's in theory no new bugs that are coming to the table, but then they're doing fine for a while and then they die off. And the pattern associated with that is what tends to occur is we see population growth reaching near peak density, so like historic peak density of herds, like presumably reaching carrying capacity or something, and then we see the die-off. And that pattern is one of the most recurring things associated with epizootic die-offs in chronically infected herd. It doesn't seem to be strongly related to weather, other environmental conditions. The strongest signature is associated with that rise in density and then the crash. And so what that has communicated to me is that as densities increase, of course you have more animals on the landscape competing for limiting resources, and as we know, that tends to result in decrease in nutritional condition, decrease in population performance. But the other element that we're just beginning to appreciate because of new technology that's coming online and its extensions from human medicine is this interaction between nutrition or stress and immunocompetence or immune function, which, as we all can appreciate, oftentimes when we tend to get sick, it's when we're overworked, completely bogged down, stress, and then may not be nothing new. It could be something that we already have, but it suddenly overwhelms the system, takes control, we're not able to tolerate it, and it kicks our butt. And so to me, that's a super interesting element when it comes to dynamics of sheep populations, wherein we see that recurring rise in density and then subsequent crash. Can some of that be linked to immune function? Mm-hmm. So we're working with an eco-immunologist, collecting all the samples necessary so we can strive to understand indices of immune function, connect that back to pathogens that an animal is carrying as well as their nutritional condition to try to address that potential interface and see if there is an interface there. There's been some really interesting work with bats, with mallards, and a few other critters that have shown pretty clear and pretty compelling relationships between immune function, nutritional state, or stress associated with that. To me, it's logical that that could be happening here as well, and for me, it's just a little out-of-the-box way of thinking to these issues that we've been stuck with for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, and you mentioned stress, and that was another question I had, if stress could be a part of that as well, so. it
Yeah,
sounds
and
like
that's,
you're
I think
looking at
all those things
all
are-
those things come together.
That's
Yeah.
right, exactly, yeah.
Once again, awesome work. I sure appreciate. Do you have any information on the age of the mothers that are lambing, and if that has any correlation? I know in domestic livestock with cattle, for instance, a heifer can shed a disease under stress, and it'll be transmitted to the young and pass on. Whereas as that cow gets older, it's more immune to that and doesn't pass that off. Is there some relation to that? And also, on the one slide you're talking about with the lambs, that the ones that are still survived are the ones that were born later. Are they bigger? Are they born at a heftier weight? Or is there weather events prior to that that affect the stress of the mother when they're lambing as well? So I guess I jumbled a whole bunch of crap in there. So.
Mr. President, Commissioner Dewey, great insight, great ideas that I'm not going to have great answers to as of yet. The one thing with regards to those two lambs that are still surviving, there's nothing super remarkable relative to those lambs as far as differences compared with the rest of the lambs, other than they were both born late, and one of them was born to the fattest mom that we had in that herd. What those things mean yet, I don't know, and we need more data to be able to dig through those aspects to know those things for certain. With regards to age, I think the age element plays into many of the other things that we just talked about with regards to performance, immune function, nutritional condition. What we tend to see across the board with all the ungulates that we work on is an animal doesn't just get older. Age interfaces with everything that they do, and it interfaces with their nutritional condition, with their patterns of pregnancy, senescence, all those sorts of things as well. And so I think is going to be a key player within all of those aspects. We have ages on all of those ewes as well. And with just some preliminary stuff, the typical things that you would expect to see with regards to patterns of pregnancy or relationship with nutritional condition, those sorts of things, those are all there. So there's the setup for there to be age relationships as well with regards to lamb survival, most certainly, and whether or not immunity or anything else associated with that, and whether or not mom's ability to tolerate pathogens influences lamb's ability, all those sorts of things. All things we're excited to dig into. It demands really hard-won data. So, yeah, but great points.
At what age do you feel a ewe is mature and to have offspring?
2.
2.
Yep. And then really we tend to see it come down on the other side of it once they start pushing into the teens generally. They don't just shut off, but they have a lower probability of pregnancy, for example, once they push into the teens. But we have one of our gals in DuBois in particular, I forget for sure, but I think we figure she's at least like 13 or 14, and she was pregnant this past March. So we definitely have the whole array of ages to be able to play into this. One other piece we're hoping to be able to do, much like we are with our deer work as well, is not just looking at adults and then not just looking at that juvenile segment, but keeping that juvenile segment on air as they grow and reach adulthood to understand what decisions they're making, how they're making use of the landscape, and how what they've experienced previously influences their success thereafter. Because it's incredible history that we can piece together for each animal. And one aspect of that when it comes to density in particular is that at least with deer, and we'll see, I think with sheep, we have more work to do with regards to understanding how faithful sheep are and how that influences how they occupy a landscape. But if much of their world is constrained around, which it is, around their decision making, and we see rises in density, it's possible we also can't reflect historic abundance that we once had before, if perhaps we've lost segments of herd that used to occupy other areas, right? So if they're not occupying certain places on the landscape anymore, the habitat that's there is not part of their carrying capacity. And if they're just focused within their area, that's their world, their home, density-dependent relationships, as density rises, it's going to occur within those areas. Doesn't matter what's outside of that. So it may well be, and if we can understand how young animals grow and then use the landscape, give us some insight into what we can do perhaps in the future to get animals to occupy areas that may now be vacant and weren't vacant once before. So something that we hope to be able to do, but it also demands land surviving for us to be able to do that. So that's not happening real well at the moment.
I got another question. I need to ask this one too, Kevin, and I touched on it a little bit on our migration corridor meetings, and Representative Summers touched on it yesterday, and that's the human factor. I've been fortunate enough to have been on 13 bighorn sheep hunts from 1978 to 2013 on this side. One of the things that I noticed from 1978 to 2013 is there's people everywhere, all summer long. I mean, they're all over the place. I've got friends that hike and backpack up there to this day, and they're using words like crowded and packed in some of these areas. Could that be causing the stress and the malnutrition if they're pushing these sheep back into areas where it's harder for them to make a living? That's causing some of these other things.
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmid, great question. Very interesting observations. I think in at least what we've been able to learn with deer and interfaces with humans is that those interactions tend not to, well, it may result in a fight or flight response, right? Fleeing from it, maybe an initial rise in heart rate, release of glucocorticoids, so a stressful response, right? But then the question is whether or not those quote-unquote stressful responses accumulate over time and result in a nutritional cost for that animal, right? At least what we've seen is that seems to not really occur. It doesn't seem to result in this cumulative chronic stress, at least with regards to deer and our ability to do that kind of work at that human interface and exposure to the presence of humans. But what it does influence potentially is an animal's ability to use a landscape. And if those pressures are recurring enough, that results in deliberate shifts in use of a landscape in a way that potentially results in using of it in a suboptimal way than they were previously, then that's the link to their nutrition that then links to their performance. And like you say, that's speaking with regards to deer in particular, but we don't see the cumulative stress, so to speak, the way in which we think of stress. Mm-hmm. But if it is resulting in a deliberate shift in the way in which the animals use the landscape, then as you would expect, their forage that they're having access to is different than they would be in the absence of that presence otherwise. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I mean, is that something that you think as time goes on, we should be looking at more and more in these cases?
Great question. And I think...
Because it's only going to get busier.
No, I know. My group, my grad students...
We promote that activity constantly in Wyoming.
It's a tough thing, right? It's a tricky situation. And my grad students and I have talked about those sorts of things more and more all the time. And some of them are recreators themselves, climbers, bikers, those sorts of things. And as we're seeing various bits of controversy in Colorado in particular and other things, and even as we see things change through time, it continues to call the question, like, what is this going to mean? And I think as time goes by, it's going to be questions that we're going to need answers to, and in part just because we're going to need better answers to, in part because we may have tough decisions to make, and those decisions can be tough to make in the absence of sound information as to what it might mean. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. President. So Kevin, what is I'm gonna call her our walkabout deer done this summer, or do you know?
Mr. President.
Doe that took
Commissioner
the huge
Crank.
walkabout and came back?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. This is, for those who don't remember or haven't heard me tell this story yet. So F210, so within the Wyoming range, one of our key aims right now is to connect animals across generations. So follow moms and daughters together to understand how daughters are learning to migrate, are establishing their summer range, etc. Because that's ultimately what's determining how animals occupy the landscape. And we all have an appreciation for migration, but amazingly, we actually don't know how that actually develops. Even though many have said for a long time, oh, daughters learn from mothers. Well, we have never had hard evidence for that. Until now, with some of our work in the Wyoming range, where we are working to follow mother-daughter pairs and daughters from day one. And so F210 was born 2 years ago, so not this spring, but the previous spring. And no, another year prior to that. Anyway, we followed her all the way through until she turned 1 year of age. And then, so she turned 1 year of age last spring. And she resides her migratory route from winter to summer range, south to north, is about roughly 60 miles or so. Her mom then gave birth. And of course, as many of you know, female deer hate having previous year's offspring around when they give birth, so they'll push them away, rear up on their hind legs, beat on them, etc. 1 week after mom gave birth, F210 went on a walkabout. So she went south to north through her summer range, and then from her summer range, she headed off into, at least for her, the great unknown. She had never been there before, and went about 60 miles. And then went that 60 miles in, I believe, 11 days. And then once she got there, turned right back around and amazingly walked the exact same route all the way back, which that was the astonishing part of it. And we wrote it up in a paper and published it, because to us, it communicates an insane ability for animals to develop a cognitive map or a spatial map of their world. There's no way we could ever do that, walk that route and then turn around and walk right back. And I believe she covered 30,000 feet in elevation through all of that. So she wasn't just walking a ridge line or along the side of the mountain. She was going up and over rough country. So we were really curious to see what she did then. So she amazingly that fall, so she bred as a yearling, which doesn't always happen in mule deer. So she was pregnant this winter, and then we couldn't fit her with a VIT because yearlings are too small for us to fit with a VIT, but we had a GPS collar on her. She migrated up to summer range, and we were really curious to see if she was going to then continue on, go the 60 miles and establish a new range, or if she was going to stay near mom. And as it turns out, she gave birth near mom within a mile of where she was born. She did not go on that walkabout. She gave birth to a female fawn that we collared, and as of a week ago, because I haven't asked since then, but as of a week ago, it's still alive, which would be 3 generations then that we have radio marked right there. Hopefully she stays alive, and we'll see. But interestingly, she did not go on that walkabout. Presumably, since she gave birth right there, that's it. At least I expect that's it, as in that's going to be her home. We'll see what happens next year, assuming that she lives, but at least at the moment, that's it. And we have another animal that lives just below Noble Basin up in the Hoback that we've had on air for 4 years now. She gave birth first time, not this year, but last year. And then this year I was just in there to collar her fawns. She gave birth to twin fawns this year, and where I was standing, where we collared her fawns about 150 yards away, I could see where I had collared her 4 years ago. Wow. And mom had just died that previous winter. So basically, she's now essentially fulfilled the gap that mom has created basically within that spot, and has completely adopted that place as her home. But pretty amazing, very powerful stories, but at the same time, super critical data, and at least at the moment, those types of patterns are becoming pretty common. But like F210, I don't know how many other animals are going to do something like that, and they will disperse. And then the other layer with that is, what do males do? Because males presumably eventually leave mom, right? And join a bachelor group of guys and hang out in some high elevation basin. But we honestly don't know where they're actually coming from. We have four yearling males this year on air that we collared last spring as newborns. 3 of them, although they're not with mom, their home ranges look like that. So they're still living basically where they were born, not far from mom, although not necessarily with mom. There's only one that's not doing that, and that one stopped about 5 miles short of where he was born, but his mom died this winter. So he had only experienced migration with mom from summer to winter. Mom died this winter, and then he was on his own this spring. So he almost made it there, but didn't quite. But that's the only one that deviated from that. What those males do next year, I think, will be the tail, and I have no idea, but hopefully we'll see.
We'll know.
Just one quick question. On the lambs that die of pneumonia, do you take any biopsies of the liver or whatever to determine if they have the sufficient mineral?
Yeah, in
makeup
particular,
for
selenium
immunity?
might be what you're thinking
Copper.
about too. Yeah, so we have livers off of all of those lambs, which is also what's really important for us to be able to not just be looking at Du Bois, but also looking at Jackson and then hopefully the West Side too, because we have no anchor point for even what that means. So we'll run the assays, but generally comparing wild to domestic literature or normal values, it doesn't usually work very well. So at the moment, we don't have an anchor comparison. So we'll need those other lambs from these other areas where we presumably don't have selenium issues or whatever other trace mineral issues that there may be. So we need those data. So right now, we just have them banked and archived, and we will run them eventually. Good question.
Couple of comments here. And maybe you mentioned this, but what's the number one predator on lambs?
Number one predator's been mountain lions. Yeah, yeah.
And you may have mentioned this too also, but the ewes that are coming down to the winter range that don't bring a lamb, have we confirmed that they had a lamb?
Mr. President, so yeah, we knew, well, and so we know from the work we've done this year. So I guess it was possible previously. So we know they're heading to summer range with a lamb in the spring. When we handle them in March, use ultrasound to determine whether or not they're pregnant.
Carried a lamb.
And whether or not they're carrying a lamb and how big that lamb is. Yeah, exactly. So we determine that with ultrasound when we see them in March. So I guess it was fathomable before this that they were dropping non-viable lambs or something. But at least with this summer's worth of work, they're giving birth to viable lambs. In fact, they're a bit too viable sometimes because we got to get there right away. But regardless, they are giving birth to live lambs. Yeah, no evidence of stillborns or anything like that from this past spring. Yeah.
I noticed on one of your graphs you had New Mexico down there too. Did Wyoming, was that seed stock from Wyoming?
No, those animals were not. The only reason I have those various examples is because those are the few examples that are in the literature where this kind of work has been done, and so we just grabbed what we could to be able to just put that on to see where we fall out with regards to some other places where this kind of work has been done. And the reality is there has not been a lot of work that's been done, and arguably the country we're working in is way more difficult than the other country that this work has been attempted in the past. Yeah.
You know, I was going to thank you for being a multitasker, and then you brought up these lazy-ass rams. I thought, they don't do anything to males.
We don't even need them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Rebecca?
President, members of the commission, continuing in the effort to show you the wildlife and the habitat that exists around Wyoming, we're bringing to you a slideshow presentation. These photos are taken by photographer out of Buffalo, Paul Brzezinski, and it shows some of the wildlife and its habitat in the northeast quadrant of the state. So enjoy.
This is the one you were telling me about.
Yeah. Need to hit the lights again.
Sean, could you hit the lights or somebody, please?
Gotta love Wyoming.
Great pictures.
Very
That's
good,
awesome.
Rebecca.
Yeah, thank
Very
you.
good, always, thank you. My head coach left for the afternoon. He had a meeting, so I'll finish the afternoon. We have a final call to the public. We have a Steve Kirkpatrick. Steve?
President Rail, members of the commission, please have the minutes note that Director Nesvik is gone. He left early. Just joking. I guess I wanted to thank you folks for a few things. That's the main reason I'm here. One was the Whiskey Basin Public Collaborative process. Those things cost money. They take almost 2/3 of a year to complete. You've done them on Mule Deer. I got to be involved with one of those earlier on. And the one at Whiskey Basin was extremely successful. You bring the public in, you get to hear what they say, what's on their mind. I think the biggest important part for me was the information exchange and the professional way that it takes place. And I guess hats off to Jessica Western from Ruckelshaus House Institute, because she makes it happen quite smoothly and quite well. You know, during that process, we brought in 9 professionals from across the West on bighorn sheep that your folks have been working with anyway. And while I guess the most important part of that was that they confirmed that your agency personnel were pretty much on task. They knew what they knew, and there was a lot we don't know about sheep, in particular those at Whiskey Basin. So I think it provided a lot of confidence in the public and your personnel, because the public doesn't know that your personnel communicates with these folks through WAFA all the time. So I guess that was enlightening, gave a sense of comfort, I think, and confidence from the public for your folks. Also, a big support of thanks for supporting Dr. Kevin Monteith. You just heard him. You kept him up here for an hour. That's good. That means you're interested. We all know that bighorn sheep are at a fragment of the population that used to occur here. We're nowhere as close to where we used to be, and again, I view them as the canary in the mine. If we can keep them alive and going well, they're so sensitive, we can do well for a lot of wildlife species. So thanks for kickstarting that. I know we supported it, and we'll continue to support it into the future. We hope you guys do too. Talked with Kevin and others, hope to look at some things like strains and diseases. While we talked about bugs in particular, we didn't talk about strains. We're pretty interested in those because, as a human pathologist told me, there's about 100 strains of pneumonia, the pneumonia bug that causes die-offs in humans, but there's only about 12 of those 100 strains that really make us die. So what do we have in sheep? We know we have quite a few strains of the main pathogens. We don't know a lot about those yet. And yes, connecting disease with nutrition, I think, is critical. And I've been looking at that for a long, long time. And Dr. Monteith and his crew is addressing that. So we appreciate that a lot. And we certainly encourage expanding his project to Pinedale. Why in the heck are these sheep that assumingly commingle, associate with the sheep from the Du Bois side, at least in the summer, but yet they remain in tougher environments, spend the winter over here? Why are they doing so well? As we just heard today, over 50 lambs per 100 ewes, and we're down in the teens to single digits on the Du Bois side. What's the difference there? And so we're gonna have to look at these sheep to figure that out, compare and contrast. Lastly, I won't take up much of your time, but I know you're aware we emphasize putting kids on the mountain, because if we don't have kids on the mountain caring about wildlife, we don't have wildlife on the mountain in the future. So our board is very visionary. We put a lot of time and emphasis into youth. We've teamed up with a very productive partnership with the Sheep Center in Du Bois, Sarah Domack and her staff. I know you guys have too. That complex is owned by you guys. One thing I wanted to highlight is the fact that we had the first Camp Bighorn ever this last summer. Headed out the conservation camp that you guys had the vision to improve and pump a fair amount of resources into. Very nice facility. We brought 26 kids Yeah, the quantity is a little low there. We'll build that, but 26 kids from across the nation. We've advertised that camp at Reno at the Big Sheep Show and through other chapter and affiliates across Canada and the U.S. And we felt we were pretty successful in getting 26 kids from Alaska to other states that came and enjoyed that camp. I think it'll grow exponentially. We will continue to advertise it. And I will say that I think we're putting DuBois, Wyoming on the map nationally as the sheep center for the West. And if Dr. Monteith and the Game and Fish could just bring the sheep back, we'd appreciate that. But with that, I'd just like to show a short video. I know Sarah Domek sent it to you commissioners, but I don't think the Game and Fish staff got to see it. And it's a video of Camp Bighorn, kind of showing what happens there. While the quantity was low, only 26 individuals, I know we can grow that exponentially. I think you'll see by the video the quality is really high. What those kids got exposed to at that camp was phenomenal. I know when I was a kid, I would have died to have gone and done what they did. So in general, thanks for your support for the wildlife resource itself, emphasis on bighorn sheep because that's what I do, and also thanks for your vision into the future. With that, if we could have one more little video. Any questions before that starts?
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
So this is Camp Bighorn, and we're at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp in beautiful upper Wind River Valley of DuBois area. And Camp Bighorn came about as a concept to bring kids here and to immerse them in this place and to help them learn about their environment and in particular bighorn sheep.
Well, the Game and Fish Department really, these kids are the future of our agency. Some of them are going to work for us in the future. They're going to be future anglers and hunters and wildlife conservationists. And, the department believes it's important to kind of instill a conservation ethic and value at a young age with kids at camps like this. It's important that young kids develop an appreciation of nature and wildlife. That's the future of conservation in this country. And, the North American model of wildlife management is that we, the public, own wildlife. And given that, it's important that people are involved in conservation and wildlife management and educated. So camps like Camp Bighorn here and the Game and Fish Department runs other camps up here at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp it's just a fantastic environment to learn about wildlife, to go fishing in the evenings, to visit with friends. It's a beautiful valley. It's extremely important wildlife habitat. It's incredibly scenic. Kids have a great time up here, and the activities that they do at these camps are stuff that's going to stick with them through their lives. The area is going to be something they remember for their lives, and that's going to instill those values of open spaces, wildlife habitat, and they're going to recognize the importance of that throughout their lives.
Some rainbows coming up from the lakes, yep. I think they're all into it.
So we partnered with the Game and Fish to help them raise funds to rehabilitate the camp. And part of the agreement was that we would have use of the camp for 1 week a year for the next 20 years. So we decided that what better use of the camp than to use it for an educational camp for kids.
All this for
gonna name him? Oh no. Right. I'm gonna name him Fluffy.
What I like about this camp is that it creates a sense of place for all the youth that attended. It also introduces them to a variety of outdoor skills and hobbies, such as hiking, canoeing, and archery. Camp Bighorn also introduced a variety of experts to the youth who attended camp. And they talked about a variety of different topics, such as wildlife and art, sheep horn, bow, and flint knapping, wildlife taxidermy, wildlife research, and how hunting is conservation.
What I really enjoyed about the petroglyphs is that you could almost feel what the Indians believed.
By offering opportunities like this, our kids get a chance to really touch and feel and see and hear what's around them, and they get to learn the habitats, and here they get to learn it with other kids that are also interested in the outdoors, and it's a great opportunity to get them thinking about maybe the outdoors once they go home again, and to start looking around their own home with a whole different perspective, and they can ask questions and maybe learn more about where they actually live based on what they learned here.
So it's really important that we keep sheep up there on the mountain, and we have you guys realize how important they are and wilderness areas are. And secondly, if we don't have you thinking about that, we don't keep kids on the mountain with the sheep, then the sheep won't be there. Because you won't be teaching kids your age 20 years from now what we're teaching you. So we hope you absorb some of this information, you retain it, and you teach the people that are younger than you, and the people even your age, about the importance of having wildlife on the landscape, and also bringing the next generation of youth there to help keep the wildlife there. Because without you folks being concerned, we lose interest in wildlife as a society. We think computers are more important. Computer screens are more important than the landscape, and we lose the sheep on the landscape if we lose you on the landscape.
Thank you, Sean. Steve, thanks. Where'd you go? Oh, there he is. We'll have a final call to the public. Would anybody like to address the commission? Okay. With that, I'd like to make a couple of comments on Dr. Monteith. He is a multitasker. See, he can play the guitar too. He is a multitasker. He shifts gear very quickly from sheep to deer to elk if need be. Whatever wildlife species we throw at him, he's very competent, very capable, and his work is fantastic. For those of you in the public that question the spending of licensed dollars, please attend one of these meetings and you'll find out exactly. There's a big work going on, and the Wyoming Game and Fish is a big part of it. So if there's no further comments.
Yeah, I've got one comment, a question for Steve on the Camp Bighorn. Steve, through all the education that you're doing there at that camp, is hunting a part of that? Do you guys talk about hunting and the importance of hunting in game management?
Yeah, and it was brought up.
Was it? Okay. I was trying to research it a little bit while it was going, so, okay.
Yeah, lots of there were archery, but we did not have like
Yeah, I was,
It is.
okay, great, great. Thank you.
Again, I guess we'll close. My coach is gone, so I'm going to do it myself, and appreciate all Brian does for us and everybody in here, and what the commission means to everybody. So I thank you sincerely. We'll close with a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Move.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned by Commissioner Doobie, seconded by Commissioner Smith to adjourn. All call to the question, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.